Hi, this is Suds. Can anybody hear me?
We can hear you. Can you hear me, Councilmember Jane? Thank you.
Loud and clear.
Sir, this is Raj. I can hear you.
Okay, very good.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Hi, Councilmember Jane, sorry, Shahal.
Yes.
Just letting you know we can hear you as well. Can you hear us?
Perfect.
Great,
Yes, I can. I
Thanks.
can hear you very well. Thanks.
thank you. Not yet.
Welcome, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. It's a joint meeting of the Santa Clara City Council and authorities concurrent with the Santa Clara Stadium Authority Board. Confirmation of a quorum, City Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, you have a quorum, so confirming that. Just like to note for the record that Councilmember Shahal and Councilmember Jane will be participating remotely this evening.
All right, thank you. We have one item on our closed session agenda. City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, one item, conference with labor negotiators with the city representatives listed there. The employee organizations under discussion are Unit 6, AFSCME Local 101, and Unit 9, miscellaneous unclassified management employees. Just a note, Madam Mayor, there are a few people listed as city representatives that are Unit 9 members. They will not be participating in that portion of the discussions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Is there any member of the public that would like to make a comment on the closed session items? I don't see anyone in the chambers. City Clerk, do we have anyone online?
No, we don't, but we have Councilmember Jane's hand up.
All right, Councilmember Jane.
Pursuant to AB 2449, do I need to make an official statement?
Councilmember Jane, we will do that at 7 o'clock.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will adjourn to closed session and be back here at 7 p.m. in the council chambers. Thank you to start our regular meeting. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Santa Clara City Council Stadium Authority concurrent meeting. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and the will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. City Clerk, roll call.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before we do roll call, I need to read into the record that this evening, Councilmember Shahal, Board Member Shahal, and Councilmember Board Member Jane are both participating remotely under provisions AB 2449, emergency circumstance, which prevents them from attending in person. Councilmember Board Member Shahal and Councilmember Board Member Jane will need to participate in this manner, and the legislative body must take action by majority vote on the emergency circumstance requested before any votes take place this evening. Councilmember Board Member Shahal, at this time, you may provide a general description of the circumstance related to the need for you to appear remotely at the meeting.
Taking care of family emergency.
Thank you. Councilmember Board Member Jane, at this time, please provide a general description of the circumstance relating to the need for you to appear remotely at the meeting.
Yes, again, I'm taking care of parents that need my help.
Thank you. So as you both participate, please ensure that you both use your audio and visual technology is on, and when the votes are taken place, please disclose if someone over the age of 18 is in the room with you and their general relationship to you. With that, I will begin roll call, and then the council may take their action. Councilmember Board Member Watanabe? Here. Councilmember Board Member Shahal?
Yes.
Present remotely. Thank you. Councilmember Board Member Hardy?
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Park?
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Jane?
Here.
Vice Chair, Vice Mayor Becker?
Here.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore?
Here.
Thank you.
So, City Clerk, do you need a motion?
Yes, we need
allow them
legislative
to-
action, yes.
Okay.
I so move to allow both Councilmember Jane and Councilmember Chahal to be remote today for our meeting.
Second.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Hardy, second by Vice Mayor Becker to allow the remote participation.
No, yes. Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember Park?
Yes.
Councilmember Jane?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Becker?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously. Thank you. A
Now
lot
I'll
more
read-
work to do. City
Yes.
Clerk.
I will read into the record AB 23 announcement. Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as the presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. For those joining us this evening in the capacity as a registered lobbyist, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that you represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
So, good evening, everyone. For today's meeting, the council's back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to participate in and attend in person, and the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you'd like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are reserved for topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. So we'll move on to the council agenda now. Next, we have reports of action taken in closed session. City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council did meet in closed session on item 1, conference with labor negotiators to discuss both Unit 6 and Unit 9 issues. However, there was no reportable action. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is continuances, exceptions, and reconsiderations. And I had a request, well, several requests to move up item number 8 on the agenda. And that is a consideration of an action on a request from Councilmember Jane for city sponsorship or other support for Gen Grow Empower Nurture September 28th Diwali celebration at Live Oak Park. So I'm going to ask that we move that to after consent items pulled for discussion. Does anybody else have anything? City manager? No? Okay. So we're going to move on then to our first special order of business, our first and only one this evening. So for this evening's special order of business, the City of Santa Clara recognizes September as World Alzheimer's Month. Alzheimer's is a progressive disease and is a form of dementia that affects memory, thinking, and behavior. In 2023, an estimated 6.7 million Americans are living with Alzheimer's disease. More than 719,000 people in California are living with Alzheimer's. The impact of Alzheimer's affects many of our friends and families who may be experiencing the devastation of dementia. For 2024, the theme this year is Time to Act on Dementia, Time to Act on Alzheimer's. The campaign focuses on attitudes towards dementia and addressing the stigma and discrimination that exists around the condition. This evening, we are honored to have Claire Day, Interim Executive Director and Chief Program Officer of the Alzheimer's Association of Northern California and Northern Nevada Chapter. The Alzheimer's Association is an organization which leads the charge in Alzheimer's care, support, research, and advocacy. And I'd like to invite Claire to the podium to say a few words for us. Welcome, Claire.
Thank you very much. Mayor Gilmore and esteemed council members, on behalf of the Alzheimer's Association, I want to express our heartfelt gratitude for the recognition of September as World Alzheimer's Month. This acknowledgement is vital in raising awareness about Alzheimer's disease and all other dementia, which affects, as you mentioned, millions of Americans. In Santa Clara County, about 12% of the 65-plus population is living with Alzheimer's disease. Your support not only shines a light on the challenges faced by those living with dementia, but also fosters a community that prioritizes care, compassion, understanding, and most importantly, risk reduction. By joining us in this important conversation, you help reduce stigma and encourage early detection, which can lead to better outcomes for individuals and their families. The Alzheimer's Association Northern California and Northern Nevada chapter is proud to be headquartered here in Santa Clara County, just down the road from the city of Santa Clara, and is here to support your constituents throughout the region. Knowing help and support exists throughout our online and in-person education and support programs, our 24-hour helpline, 800-272-3900, and other support services for people living with dementia is the first step to bringing community together. Thank you for your leadership and commitment to this cause. This Saturday, we will join together at Lake Cunningham in San Jose for our annual Walk to End Alzheimer's. I'm pleased to have our committee members with us tonight. We invite the city of Santa Clara to join us in the fight. Together, we can continue to make meaningful difference in the lives of those impacted by Alzheimer's and all other dementia to ensure that no one faces this disease alone. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being here and for your tremendous work to support our community. Those numbers are quite alarming, so thank you so much. I'd like to invite you and your committee members up here on the dais here to take a picture with our council members, and we'd like to present you with this proclamation.
Thank you very much.
Big smiles. One more. Thank you.
Councilmember Jane, was it on this or something else?
It was on the next item.
Okay. Next, we have the consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless an item's pulled for discussion. Councilmember Jane.
You're muted, Councilmember Jane.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I wanted to pull item 4A, KPMG audit of Stadium Authority financials for discussion.
Okay. Is there any, was a community member that pulled an item? Was it 3K?
3K, yes.
And 3K, that was Kurt Vartan, pulled 3K. And item number 4. Anyone else from the audience or public or staff? All right, may I have a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar?
Second.
Motion second.
Councilmember Board Member Watanabe? Yes. Councilmember Board Member Shahal?
Yes, nobody's present, by the way.
Thank you. Councilmember Board Member Hardy?
Yes, and I will say I was not at the June 4th meeting, but I did watch the entire thing online, so I can still vote on that, so yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Board Member Park?
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Jane?
Yes.
Thank you. And anyone with you in your,
No one is in this room.
thank you. Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Becker?
Yes.
And Mayor Chair Gilmore?
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Next, we have public presentations, and those are limited for items that are not on the agenda. City Clerk, we'll start with cards. Do we have cards? Hold on.
Yes, Madam Mayor. The first one entered is Brian Doyle.
Brian, please come forward.
And Mr. Doyle will have 6 minutes. Satish Chandra has given him his 3 minutes.
Oh, very good. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, council members, city staff. The purpose of this presentation is to provide a more comprehensive comment on staff's World Cup and Super Bowl update on August 27th. At the beginning of the August 27th meeting, I requested a continuance because staff was still withholding the record of Al Guido's interactions with FIFA. To date, staff persists in refusing to provide the unredacted copies of the documents that Mr. Guido signed. Nevertheless, I reviewed staff's discussion of the very serious risks that Mr. Guido has subjected Santa Clara to. Staff has amplified these risks by their weak negotiation strategy. First, they have failed to comply with Measure J in that they have been expending city funds on stadium operations in the form of uncompensated staff time and expenses on Super Bowl and World Cup. Staff have also failed to follow council direction to recover all costs with respect to the planning and the support of the World Cup events. I've given you an 11-page document, which I cannot read. I will just read excerpts from it, but it is full of a lot of fun facts about how this council has consistently protected Mr. Guido from any analysis of what he has done in terms of violating state conflict of interest law. On September 17th, the City Council voted 6-0-1, with Mahan absent, to terminate the management agreement based on failure to follow state labor laws on prevailing wages, self-dealing, and breach of the duty to book revenue-positive non-NFL events. Even after the management agreement had been terminated, Al Guido, Manco's president, continued to engage with FIFA in order to grant them the right to conduct a series of World Cup matches in conjunction with two dozen other municipalities in the United States, Canada, and Mexico. On November 16th, I presented a 0330 request for council to consider looking into the various conflict of interest issues that I raised about Mr. Guido's participation in these negotiations. Council voted 5-2, with Gilmore and Watanabe voting no, to dismiss my request to look into this. On February 22nd, Councilmember Hardy presented a resolution to support FIFA coming to Santa Clara. At that meeting, City Manager Deanna Santana and Chief Assistant City Attorney Sue Reuter identified potential conflict of interest issues with Al Guido's participation in negotiating agreements with FIFA on behalf of Santa Clara. 2 days later, on February 24, 2022, Council agendized the City Manager's termination. Al Guido clearly had a duty to not violate conflict of interest law. As a STADCO officer, Mr. Guido has a financial interest in stadium suites revenue and other revenue that a non-NFL event would produce for STADCO. Although under the lease, non-NFL event revenue and expenses belong to the Stadium Authority, revenue related to the stadium suites from non-NFL events still belongs to the 49ers. Because the STADCO revenue is a source of income to Mr. Guido, state law prohibits him from participating in the making of a decision regarding the booking of non-NFL events, including negotiations to bring FIFA World Cup events to Levi's Stadium. I'm going to have to start summarizing. House City staff who have been negotiating this deal cannot see they are being taken by the 49ers is beyond me. Maybe they have been drinking the same Kool-Aid from the 49ers that certain council members have been on for the last 6 or 7 years. What is the path forward? Stop looking at this as an assignment of a contract that is clearly void. Stop playing hide the ball from the public. They have a right to know what has been going on here. How council votes on this request for transparency will tell you a lot about what they think of the public's right to know. Please agendize a special study session to give the public a clear picture of what is going on. Mr. Guido and the host committee's executives should be required to attend the next public meeting to answer any council questions. No more pre-election rush to ink another giveaway to the 49ers, please. Thank you.
Thank you. So there was a request there from a citizen. City Attorney, can we act on that?
Yes, Madam Mayor, under our revised 030 policy, citizen can make a request, as Mr. Doyle did under public presentations, and council can discuss whether or not to agendize that for a future meeting. You're limited, as you all know, in your discussions to certain things, reminding the policy whether it's within your jurisdiction, which it certainly is, whether or not it's being addressed in some other way, and I can respond to that if there's a desire to discuss it. Resource requirements, legality, timing, prioritization, things like that, but not the substance of the matter. So
Right.
it is within your purview to discuss whether or not to add it to a future agenda.
So I'm interested in getting all those answers. I've been asking for them since 2022. Is there an interest by this council to put it on a future agenda?
I was going to make
Councilmember
a
Watanabe?
motion. Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I was going to make a motion to do so, to put this on a future agenda.
All right, is there a second? I'll second it. Motion second. I open to the public. City Attorney, is that appropriate?
I think so, Madam Mayor. I'm trying to remember if we've scripted that or not, but if there's
Right,
other public
yeah.
input on whether or not to proceed, that's not inappropriate, certainly.
All right, for a future study session, is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this? All right, I don't know if this is for this, or these are future, or if these are public presentations that are they public presentations? Is there anyone that would like to speak on just this, on the setting a future study session on FIFA World Cup? All right, City Clerk, when you're ready.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
I raised my hand
Oh,
because
sorry.
the city attorney mentioned that he is ready to make some comments if needed. I would like to hear those comments.
Madam Mayor. Yeah, I haven't had a chance to review Mr. Doyle's presentation in detail. As always, I appreciate his experience and his perspective and exuberance, certainly on these things. Much of it, in my scanning of it, appears to deal with issues that I've advised you on already, confidentially, as I believe is appropriate, given the sensitive nature of those issues and the pending negotiations. We're hoping to have the actual terms, depending upon how our discussions go over the next bit, for your consideration in the next 30 to 60 days. And a lot of the issues raised, not all of them certainly, but a lot of the risks and issues related to your decision will be made public, as will the documents that to date have been redacted, the information there, and all that will be provided as much in advance of that decision before you as possible. So I guess in the category of, is this being addressed in some other way, I guess I would say it is, in that we're working through kind of the issues, and a more detailed presentation would certainly be coming, with that agreement. I'm not sure if City Manager has anything else to add on that, or whether there'll be an interim report. He's saying that's quite enough for me to say. So those are my thoughts, Council Member Chahal, on the timing or appropriateness of you agendizing this.
Thank you, City Attorney. Appreciate your comments, and I will vote. Hearing that, I will vote no.
I just want to make a comment about what the city attorney said, because I've been asking for all this information. I'm the mayor of the city and representing the public. I've been asking for all this information on FIFA World Cup, the unredacted documents, the potential costs, the year and a half that our staff has been working on this. I have, no information on the finances, who's been paying in the year and a half, have we been reimbursed for anything? And I would like a study session, because the public has a right to know. The public knows, I know as much as the public knows at this time, which is pretty much nothing. And World Cup is coming within, less than 2 years. Super Bowl is coming in a year and a half. And I've not had any information on Super Bowl whatsoever, and redacted copies, just like the public on World Cup. I would like a study session on this. I think the public deserves a study session. I can't believe this council would vote against a study session to bring this information to the public, but, you know, I'm imploring the council, let's have our study session so we can get this information out in the open to the public. We're hosting these worldwide major events, and a handful of insiders on this council and staff know about it, and no one else does. And the public doesn't know, and it's just wrong. So certainly I'll be supporting this motion. All right, City,
Councilmember Shahal has his hand up again.
oh, Councilmember, I thought that was from before. Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. And hearing what the city attorney and the staff is working on, he did mention that they will be coming forward with all the details when appropriate. And that's the reason I'm voting. And I'm all for transparency, but we have to listen to the staff, how they're working in the diligently on this issue. So that's why I'm voting no on that. Thank you.
No, that's okay. No, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, but appreciate it. I've been hearing this for a long time. It's coming, information's coming, it's coming. It'll be the end of last year, the beginning of this year. Now we're coming towards the end of this year. We don't have an agreement, and our staff has been working for 1.5 years on this. Who's paying for it? I don't know. The public doesn't know. We need an update. The public needs an update. We could wait another 30 days or 60 days or 90 days. This is wrong. It really is. No other city that are having FIFA that I know in the United States has kept this from their public and not had the public involved in what the city is doing. Again, a handful of insiders in the city know what's happening. The mayor of the city doesn't know, a council member doesn't know, and the public doesn't know. Give us a study session, please.
Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Park.
So, again, I think that what Councilmember Chahal said is absolutely correct, which is it sounds like the staff is coming forward with a report. It sounds like we will get something. We will have a discussion. I think that's also very interesting that people who haven't signed an NDA, you know, potentially when there's been a document leak and all these other things, are claiming that they don't have the information that insiders have. And I'm thinking, well, that's why we have NDAs. That's why we have things that we can sign. And when people don't sign NDAs and are given information, that information finds itself in the public, it's very hard to have negotiations. At this point, I'm going to say I'm hoping that I heard, and I'm looking to city management for affirmation, which is they are coming up with something. And if we vote yes or no, I don't think it'll change the information that you will send to city council, right?
Vice Mayor Becker.
I did have a question.
I think the city manager was going to respond. If you wanted to, go for it before I do.
Let's get the comments, and then.
Thank you, Mayor. I think based on our practices and based on the city's policy, I think it's a little inappropriate that we continue to talk about this unless it is on the next agenda. And I think that was the same respect to another item that we have on the agenda tonight. So I think, you know, we should save this conversation till when it is on a possible future agenda.
I agree with you, but the city attorney gave a long presentation, so I needed to respond. Otherwise, I wouldn't have. I would just voted to put it on the agenda. I hear you. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about the value of closed session. We have closed session before every meeting. Those details of those closed sessions are not released to the public. And we had a grand jury report that accused several council members of not trusting staff. So in this case, I'm going to trust staff.
Okay, city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. In response to Councilmember Park's question, certainly irrespective of Council's vote on this citizen request, we are certainly working to conclude the negotiations, and we'll bring all of the information before you so that you can have a robust discussion. I know we said that to Council when we provided you an update just last month on August 27th. And as the city attorney said, we have certainly been working through the negotiations on August 27th, provided a what I thought was a very detailed update of the topics being negotiated, but not the specific points that are being talked about at the table. But certainly, once all of those topics are finalized, we will bring them before you, and certainly have previously committed to make that information available for public view, and certainly much more than the required legal 72 hours notice before a public meeting. So that is our commitment, and I think, as we've talked about before and the public knows, it took quite some time for us to receive the documents so that we could undertake the full understanding of the events and the commitments that were made, and we received those documents at the end of last year. And so, as we talked about before, our real negotiations in earnest started at the beginning of this year, and they are very complicated negotiations with significant cost implications, and we are working through them. And I understand people would have liked the agreements to be before council before, and I'm also hearing, well, let's wait until later. And so staff is continuing, and your legal counsel is continuing on the direction that we've set out to negotiate the agreements. We will bring those before the city council at the conclusion of negotiations and not delay those for any reason. Thank you.
City Clerk?
I need to refresh.
And start again.
Okay. Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
No, nobody's present in my room.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy.
No.
Councilmember Park.
No.
Councilmember Jane.
No, and no one's in the room with me.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. That fails 4-3. All right. Next, we have John. Please come forward. Welcome.
Madam Mayor, and good evening. I want to very quickly address Santa Clara City Government's ongoing budget shortfalls and deficits over the years, with a review of the various options the city has, and then a request for City Finance Director Ken Lee to provide the council and the public with certain charts or curves. The options are, quickly, real estate development fees won't work as well as in the past because of the whole remote work revolution, internet. Revenues from the stadium to the city, while there's been progress there, especially I like the ticket surcharge thing, it won't be enough to solve the whole citywide budget problem. 2, user fees have kind of topped out, and anyway, they're not a big part of the solution. New taxes and bonds, we'll see how Measure I goes. Accordingly, by a process of elimination, the most promising option to me appears to be cost containment, cutting cost, not necessarily services, cutting cost. What we will need in that regard specifically are 3 charts from City Finance Director Ken Lee. More specifically, we need what I would call 3 growth curves. First growth curve would be for city revenues over the last 10 or 20 years. Imagine it'll be something like that. Then the second curve will be the growth of the city payroll expense. I imagine that will be like that as opposed to the city. But I would like to know for a fact from charts provided by our finance department. What has prompted me to want to know about the growth of the payroll versus the growth of city revenues is 2 recent front page articles from the San Jose Mercury News on the great growth in city employee salaries. That was one article, and the other one more recently was on county employee salaries. This, I believe, is the source of the problem, and getting the information from these charts that I would like the council to see, because I'm just a citizen, you are his supervisor. The third chart I would like, because I think it provides a comparison, is the growth in repair expenses over the years. I would imagine that's like that, as opposed to revenues like that, and the payroll is probably like that. So I'm suspecting that that's the case, based on the Mercury article, but I would like to get it from our own professional staff, Mr. Ken Lee. I think charts can be a lifesaver. So I would ask the council to ask its finance director to provide it within due course the 3 charts on salary, total city revenues, and total repair expenses. Thank you very much.
Okay, we can refer that to city staff to work with that gentleman to get information that he'd like, right? Yeah, okay. All right. Oh, yes.
Happy to talk with the resident. Just wanted to note that. So, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I know we have the, as the city manager, council provides direction to the city manager. Mayor, certainly with the concurrence of council, understand your direction. Just wanted to note for the public that staff does not generate analysis at the request of individuals in the community. You can imagine if we did that as a matter of practice, the workload that would create. But certainly we'll happy to meet with the resident, have discussions, and provide whatever documents we already have.
That's what I was thinking, that some of the things I know that he asked for, I think we already have that information, so whatever we have already.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, thank you. Kirk, go ahead, Kirk. Are you online? Yes, go ahead, please.
Good evening, Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can now. Go ahead, please.
Great. Okay, thanks. Thanks, man. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I wanted to offer 2 things. First, after hearing Mr. Doyle's request, what I heard staff just say that when you voted down the motion was that they'd come back with a report for you to vote on and discussion. What I did not hear is a study session before a vote would be agendized, which typically when they provide you a bunch of information, it's in a packet, and then suddenly you vote on it. That's not the same thing as a study session dedicated to discussing and learning about the information before it gets agendized and voted on. So I hope there's consensus, and maybe, Mayor, you can ask your colleagues to, under consensus, to direct city manager or city attorney to have a study session before an actual official vote is taken on that very detailed, as I said, very detailed and complex information that would be more than a single meeting. That would be my request, number 1. Number 2, my real comment here is, why is Vice Mayor Becker still talking about 49er-related matters? In the last month, it was reported that he tried to negotiate down or plea down his case to a misdemeanor, and I think the DA turned it down. And what that means is there's already admission of some kind that there was something happened. He's already admitted to Councilmember Jane that he leaked this report. That doesn't even seem to be a question at this point. I know everything's not guilty because that's how you delay things, and that's how you that's your position, whatever you want to do. But as Vice Mayor Becker said today, the city protocols and expectations are that ethics, if there is a perception of a conflict, you're supposed to recuse yourself. A perception. There is a trial starting at the end of this month about that perception. And I think it's far beyond a perception. And for this council majority to sit back, especially Councilmember Jane, it's just mind-boggling and disappointing and shameful that this council cannot hold each other accountable. And yes, Councilmember Hardy should do this too. Yes, you do hold each other accountable. That's what censures and admonishments are for, which you've freely done in the past with the mayor and Councilmember Watanabe. You should do this for Vice Mayor Becker, and you should take away his vice mayor status, because he should not be the vice mayor and potentially running a meeting when he's got this conflict hanging over his head. I think it's shameful. It's disgraceful. He should step down. He should resign. And he's running for re-election, which is, again, a big head scratcher. But you should ask him to resign, and you should at the very least admonish or censure him. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to let you know, we voted on whether or not to have a study session, and it was voted down. So, unfortunately. All right. Next, we have number 2669.
Good evening. My name is James Rowan. One of the reasons why the novel 1984 is such a popular classic today is unfortunately some people see many things of it coming about. 1984 was written by George Orwell, the pen name of Eric Blair, who used George Orwell as a pen name for political purposes. Gosh, did someone tell Mr. Jane that? Those pen names for political purposes. Anyway, one of the quotes of 1984 was, "They who control the past control the future. They who control the present control the past." And as we see at the 49er Ministry of Truth in San Francisco, not only has Mayor Gilmore become the new Goldstein that Big Brother is want to deal with. Look at these Nolan Cox websites and things. It's like the 2 minutes of hate where people can yell, "Goldstein, Goldstein," and see Jed York as Big Brother coming in and making things right. Well, it's interesting that the past has been also controlled to where Mr. Park is now a mental health advocate instead of using children's books. Well, anyway, as my dog is saying goodnight, I will say God love all of you and God love the city. And again, it's very unfortunate that the past is being changed. But one of the things that was in the past that was quite ethical was the stadium contract was voted on by Mayor Gilmore when she was a council member that ended free tickets. Free tickets were given out like anything by the 49ers to members of the supervisors in Parks and Rec in San Francisco. That ended in Santa Clara. The first ethical thing to do with the stadium. The next ethical thing to do with the stadium is establish an ethics commission. But again, these independent expenditures committees have made ethics a conspiracy. Again, they who control the past control the future. And they, the 49er 5, are controlling the present, who are controlling the future. It's a good read sometime. And of course, another pen name was used by Samuel Clemens. Again, Mr. Jane should check into that. Good night.
Thank you. Saneet? Go ahead, Saneet.
Hi, this is Suneet Bisht. I am a first-time attendee of your sessions, very enlightening, and thank you for giving us the opportunity. I have a few other members from my community, and what I wanted to bring to the notice of the council members and mayor and others is a project by the Silicon Valley Power Company that is slated in Santa Clara, District 1, and we feel the residents, at least there, that not much of due diligence has happened in terms of impact of human health, aesthetics, and in general, the wellness of the area, which is very, very prominent in Santa Clara called Rivermark. And we will be coming up on the next session on October 8th, but we are at this point in time connecting with everyone, all the stakeholders, which includes obviously the party that's running the project, Silicon Valley Power, some of the individual council members, and we want to make sure that the council is aware of the details of the projects, the details of the costs of the options, and also takes into account the long-term needs of the stakeholders, specifically the residents, as this project, as it stands now, takes care of only the data centers that are coming in. It was kind of surprising to hear from city manager on another question that no analysis happens at a city level. Well, guess what? A lot of us are analysts, and we are pouring through data. We are pouring through the financials of SVP. We are pouring through a lot of publicly available information, and we will present a very thoughtful, analytical case on what the options are, what the costs would be, and make sure that our case is, shown in the light that we think it should be, based on data and facts. That's pretty much it. Thank you so much. I appreciate the time here.
Thank you. Thank you, Saneet. Ruchika? Ruchika?
Hi, this is Ruchika Sarnath.
Hello.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to talk on this session. And previous to me, as Sunit mentioned, I just wanted to come in here and share my concern regarding a project that's on the docket for hearing on October 8th. It's regarding the SVP line, the 115 kilowatt in District 1. We believe, based on data and science, that getting those high power cables will have a significant impact to the residents that live as close as 60 feet from where these cables are being put in. There are young kids. This is a growing community. There are young kids, elderly parents who have low immunity, and this will really impact not only our health but also real estate prices. So appreciate the council's time on next session to hear about this project. And there's many hundreds of us residents who are opposing this project. So just wanted to bring that to your attention. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ruchika. Next, we have Prasant. Prasant?
Thank you so much. This is Prashant. Thank you so much, Mayor Gilmore and all the council member. I'm actually also speaking about the same project, 115 kV SVP line. We all know that it is for the growth of Santa Clara. We all for that. However, my question is that I think SVP and Aspen and other agencies, they have kind of refused to look at Route C, which is mainly going through the kind of corridor which is not that residential, and the Route A is chosen, which is the most residential and high density neighborhood and all. So if there's a way on October 8th to get more information why Route C was kind of eliminated and what are the additional licenses and permits needed, and if that can be put back in the best interest of the community and community's health, as Sunit and Ruchika said earlier. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prashant. Appreciate that. I don't see anybody else online. Is there anybody here that would like to make a public presentation? Please come forward. Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much for that. We're going to move on. Next, we have consent items pulled for discussion. And the first was pulled by Councilmember Jane. Item number, is it 4?
4A. Yeah.
Okay, so that is, give me a second here. Okay, report of it's a Santa Clara Stadium Authority consent calendar item. Report on the audited Santa Clara Stadium Authority fiscal year 2023-24 annual financial statement. Councilmember Jane?
Yes, I, of course, sit on the audit committee, so I have looked at this before, but I want to just understand for the public, this report, the financial statements are created by city staff, and then they are audited by KPMG. So I just want to clarify that. And then as I read through the report, I see that KPMG, which is supposed to be a premier auditing company, expressed an unmodified or clean opinion on the financial statements. So I wanted to clarify what that means. Is that the best you can do with an audit? And then I just wanted to understand revenues. This on page 527 of the report, of the PDF. Anyway, it says key financial highlights for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2024. So that's for a full year. And it says revenues from the non-NFL events were $24.9 million and related expenses were $16.7 million, resulting in net non-NFL event profit of $8.26 million. And so I just want to understand where that money went. That's the questions I had.
All right.
That was for non-NFL profit.
Stadium Authority Finance Director, do you want?
Sure. I'll just provide a brief introduction. So Board Member Jane, because we are sitting as the Stadium Authority Board for this item, your articulation of how financial statements and the auditor conducts their work is correct. It is normal, standard, and a best practice for the organization staff to prepare the financial statement, and then those statements are audited by a independent third-party auditor, which occurs here. With regard to the level of the audit opinion and the revenue, I will turn it over to Stadium Authority Board Treasurer Kinley.
Great, thank you, Executive Director Grogan. Good evening, Honorable Chair, members of the Stadium Authority Board. Appreciate the question. So with regards to audits, as Board Member Jane mentioned, we have KPMG, who's our auditor for our Stadium Authority financials. In any audit, there's 3 levels of outcomes of that audit. The highest, the most desirable is that clean, unmodified opinion of which KPMG did issue for the Stadium Authority. Below that, they can issue opinions with modifications, or they can deem, based on their audit, an unsubstantiated audit, so where they can't stand behind it. So any organization, when it comes to audits, are looking for a clean, unmodified audit. With regards to the numbers, Board Member Jane did mention some of the revenues and expenses related to non-NFL events, about $8.2 million. That is slightly higher than what we estimated through our budget back in April and May when we did estimates of this last fiscal year. Again, this is from all activities for non-NFL events. These are ticketed and special events, private parties. And again, those monies, based on the contract, would flow both to stadium operations and then as well as through the contract, depending on the current status of any kind of credit that might happen. And so with regards to the monies from here, we are waiting for finalization of the previously approved settlement on some of the outstanding issues, and based on that, we'll determine where those dollars flow.
Councilmember Jane, do you have any, authority member, do you have anything to say?
No, that's all I had. A motion to approve. To note and file the Santa Clara Stadium Authority fiscal year annual financial statements.
All right, is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this? Okay, seeing none, City Clerk, we had a motion and a second.
Board Member Watanabe.
Yes.
Board Member Shahal.
Yes, nobody's present in the room.
Thank you. Board Member Hardy.
Yes.
Board Member Park.
Yes.
Board Member Jane.
Yes, and no one is here with me.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Becker.
Yes.
And Chair Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you. That ends our, no, we have one more consent item pulled for discussion. Kurt Vartan, we had an item which was 3K. Is Kurt on the line? Yes. Go ahead, Kurt. Oh, well, let me read the item first. GHIJ. Action to designate a voting delegate for the 2024 League of California Cities Annual Conference and Expo. Kurt, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. This designee it was suggested that Councilmember Kevin Park be the voting delegate for the 2024 League of California Cities Annual Conference and Expo. I don't believe he should represent the city on any level as a representative of any kind. He has demonstrated his indignation and contempt for the public. He has demonstrated behaviors such as being willing, like when the grand jury report was listing out concerns they had with the council. Specifically, they listed that council members were willing to have the meeting go as long as they want because they can just ride it out. Councilmember Park raised his thumbs and gave a thumbs up as if proud to be able to stay till 2, 3 in the morning without a care in the world, and wasting other people's time. He's shown that he lacks ethics and understanding of how to engage the public. He's abused his position of power when he was first vice mayor from the dais when the mayor was not present. And he shouldn't be representing the city on any level. I would suggest that you go, I would even suggest Councilmember Chahal as somebody that would be a good example, or Councilmember Watanabe, or even the mayor herself, but not Kevin, not Councilmember Park. He is a disgrace to the seat and he should resign as well. I hope he gets voided out. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for the clarification for the public, he is the only council member attending the League of California Cities Conference in, where is it, Long Beach? In Long Beach. So there was a process of elimination. No one else is going. So may I have a motion to approve the action to designate a voting delegate?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and as much as I agree with those comments, I'm going to vote in favor of the motion. City Clerk. Oh, excuse me. Any member of the public like to speak on this? All right, City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes, and no one else is present in the room.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Abstain.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes, and no one else is in this room.
Vice Mayor Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes 6 with 1 abstention. Okay, next I move the item up, item number 8, which is a request, consideration of action on a request from Councilmember Jane for city sponsorship or other support for Gen, Grow, Empower, Nurture September 28th, 2024 Diwali celebration at Live Oak Park. Councilmember Jane.
Yes, I wanted to say that Gen, Grow, Empower, Nurture is a 501c3 nonprofit. It is forbidden from promoting candidates, and the city policy is that the money should not be used for religious or political purposes. And so, and the staff recommendation is to grant funds to be spent and audited to comply with the community grant policy. Now, there's a concern about the timing of this, that it's not 60 days in advance. This Wilcox Robotics team applied for a grant that was less than 60 days. There are often cases when we do this because of circumstances. This is the first time we're doing a Diwali in the city of Santa Clara. Sunnyvale's been doing it for some time, and other cities have done it. Now, I wanted to talk about what Diwali is, because some people think it's just a religious celebration. So I'm quoting from Wikipedia. Diwali is the Hindu festival of lights with variations celebrated in other Indian religions. It symbolizes the spiritual victory of light over darkness, good over evil, and knowledge over ignorance. In Western states of India, like Gujarat and certain northern Hindu communities of India, the festival of Diwali signifies the start of a new year. During the festival, celebrants illuminate their homes, temples, and workspaces with diyas, that's oil lamps, candles, and lanterns. Diwali is also marked with fireworks, as well as the decoration of floors with rangoli, that's sand, colored sand designs. Diwali is also a major cultural event for Hindu, Sikh, and Jain diaspora. The main day of the festival of Diwali, the day of Lakshmi Puja, is an official holiday in Fiji, Guyana, India, Malaysia, Mauritius, Myanmar, Nepal, Pakistan, Singapore, Sri Lanka, Suriname, and Trinidad and Tobago. The 5-day-long festival originated in the Indian subcontinent and is likely a fusion of harvest festivals in ancient India. is mentioned in early Sanskrit texts, which were completed the second half of the first millennium AD. The 5-day celebration is observed every year in early autumn after the conclusion of the summer harvest. It coincides with the new moon and is deemed the darkest night of the Hindu lunisolar calendar. And the reason why I mention all of that is because Santa Clara has a very large number of people from the Indian subcontinent, Southeast Asia. And as I mentioned, many of those countries have this as an official holiday. It's a cultural phenomenon in many countries around the world. And then I learned that the city of Sunnyvale, why they don't promote their Diwali celebration, they do provide funding for their Diwali celebration. So that is why I'm asking that the city recognize that we have a very large number of people from this region of the world here, and that we should celebrate and let people understand these cultures. It just enriches our community. And the group provided a budget. They applied for permits. They applied for the grant. The only outstanding issue in my mind is the timing, that it was not 60 days in advance, but we did that for Wilcox Robotics.
City Manager, did you have something to say?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Javon Grogan, City Manager. Because this item was adopted by the City Council to be heard tonight, staff did prepare a presentation for you just to provide a full context of the information. And so we do have Acting Parks and Rec Director Cynthia Bohorkis here to provide that presentation. I will say as an intro, when we last discussed this item on August 10th, a community grants application had not been submitted. Since then, an application has been submitted. There are, however, a number of outstanding items. I did hear from staff earlier today that some of those items have been submitted, but because of the 030 requests, as you see in the staff report and in the presentation, staff is deferring the decision on the grant to the City Council due to the 030. However, should the council authorize funds, we are recommending that those funds be contingent to them completing our normal special event process and acquiring all the required insurances. And as you'll hear in the presentation, the event has grown, and so we do want to make sure that the event certainly complies with all of our normal practices. And staff is duly working with the event organizers as we do anyone that submits a community grant, even though the time has been short on this. And so with that, I will turn it over to Cynthia Bohorkis, our Acting Park and Recreation Director, also an Assistant City Manager. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, City Manager. Welcome, Mayor and Council. I've been asked to present the staff presentation to you for tonight, so I'm going to go ahead and go through that. Some background: on September 10th, 24, Councilmember Jane submitted a written petition to place on a future agenda discussion of a request for financial promotional support from GIN for Diwali celebration to be held at Live Oak Park on September 28th, 2024. During the September 10th City Council meeting, Councilmember Jane clarified that the request for city support included placement of an event announcement on the city's website, direction for Jen to submit a grant through the city's community grant program, and council discussion on whether the city should approve a community grant in advance of the scheduled date. The City Council approved a motion to place consideration of the written petition at the September 24th City Council meeting, which is why we're here tonight. Can I get slide 2, please? There you go. So tonight, the two items before you, I'm going to ask you to run the slides if you don't mind. The items for council consideration is, first, the consideration of a community grant in amount of up to $10,000 and approval of promotional support. Next slide, please. So just an overview of the event. As Councilmember Jane mentioned, GEN is a 501c3 nonprofit organization. The event is described as a cultural event that will include games, shopping, food, performances, a children's business fair, among other things. And we provided you with the flyer for the event. Next slide. This type of event requires a special event permit, which is normally reviewed and approved administratively by an interdepartmental special events review team. This team coordinates the approval and logistics required to ensure a safe and compliant event on public and private property. They look at things like the projected attendance, the equipment requirements for food and sound, public safety impacts, and the impacts to neighborhoods. We generally ask for the application to be submitted 45 days in advance, and there's reasons for that. We need to be able to send the application out to the various departments to see if they have additional conditions. And we also need to be able to provide the applicant with the opportunity to go get outside application permits if needed. So for example, if they need an amplified sound permit, we will send them over to the police department. If they need a food permit, we send them to the county. The initial special event permit application was submitted on July 7, 24, included a maximum attendance of 75 to 100 people at any one time, 20 10-by-10 set booths, amplified sound, use of the existing park restrooms only, so no outside portables, and volunteer cleanup of trash. Next slide, please. We provided the preliminary conditions for the permit to the event organizer on July 28th. The event organizer was able to obtain the required sound permit on July 24th. On August 7th, staff received an email from Councilmember Jane indicating that he would like Jen would like the city to promote the event and provide a grant in the amount of between $5,000 and $10,000 to offset the cost. Please keep in mind that we did not have an application from Jen at that point. It was simply an email that had gone from the organizer to Councilmember Jane. On September 10th, Councilmember Jane submitted a written petition to request that an item be placed on a future agenda to consider both financial and promotional support from the city. Next slide, please. Just want to give you an overview of the community grant policy. Award grants to qualifying nonprofit organizations, youth athletic groups, educational groups, or individuals for events, activities, competitions that provide a public benefit for the city and its residents. They have to satisfy a number of criteria, provides a benefit to Santa Clara residents, contributed positively to the recognition of the image of the city. If the grant is for an event, then the event will be open to the general public and does not discriminate on the basis of race, gender, religion, sexual orientation, or other protected characteristic under state or federal law. It aligns with established council goals. Grant funds will not be used for political or religious purposes. If the event or activity is a fundraising event, then the proceeds from the fundraising event will support programs, services, or events for the residents of the city. Next slide, please. Just a few more criteria. Community grants cannot exceed $10,000 per applicant per fiscal year. Allowable expenses are defined as city permits, fees, and services, costs for a venue, food and beverage, trash and recycling, and stage and tent rentals. There is a provision that says that grant funds requested for food and beverage cannot exceed 15% of the total amount requested, or $1,500. Grantees are required to submit proof that grant funds have been spent in the manner and for the purposes stated in the application within 30 days of the event. And grantees are required to return any unspent grant funds to the city within 3 days upon completion of the audit. Next slide, please. So Jen did submit a community grant request for $10,000. In analyzing the request, the following expenses in the Gen's budget are allowable under the community grant policy. That includes City of Santa Clara permits and services, rental of costs associated with the rental of stage, tents, booths, tables, and chairs, trash and waste pickup, portable restrooms, food and refreshments for participants, and suites for the first 500 registrants. Next slide. It is important to note that the information submitted in the original special event permit differs from the community grant application. When we got the community grant application, obviously we went back to the special event permit to look to make sure we understood the scope of the project correctly. It differed in a number of ways. Initially, the grant said that they were going to have no more than 75 to 100 individuals at any one time. The community grant application says that it's going to be 100 to 150 with a total attendance of 2,000. The number of booths doubled. They went from 20 to 40. It includes now on-site food sales, which would require county permits, and then the use of a media screen. So we have, as staff, requested verbally and in writing via email that an updated application of the special event permit application be submitted in order to properly evaluate the required conditions. This is needed to ensure the safety of the event. So obviously the original event was a little bit different than the one that we've seen, and so we need to go back through and review it. As of this afternoon, staff has not received the application. Documentation to meet the original conditions is also outstanding. This is what was written as of about 3 o'clock this afternoon. I've now learned right before the council meeting that they have submitted additional information. We have not had chance to review that application or the additional information that's been provided. They provided some additional information yesterday. Staff had a series of about 13 questions, sent it to them yesterday afternoon, and they responded again this afternoon. So there's still some back and forth dialogue to work out the special event permit. The second area of request was related to the promotional support. Through the Councilmember Jane also requested that kind of report through his 030. The city's banner policy establishes guidelines for the placement of allowable publicity on city property to communicate information regarding public events, events at public facilities, or to promote amenities of general interest to the community. This includes the display of freestanding signs on public property, which are only allowed at the Civic Center, Central Park, and Live Oak Park on special stands, and on the fence at Larry Marcelli Park, and are limited to advertising local public events, which are non-commercial, non-political, and of a non-religious nature. Additionally, the event must be free of charge and are aimed at raising funds for a Santa Clara nonprofit sponsor. The city does not offer promotional support to community events that are not official city events. Exceptions are only made for government agencies or official city community partners. Community partners consist of a broad range of local nonprofits, government agencies, partner organizations, or businesses in Santa Clara that actively support the mission of the city through its services, programs, or its ongoing financial support. To be a partner, they must meet the criteria of serving Santa Clara or having a Santa Clara branch and is at least one of the following. 1, a recipient of a city grant to provide social services to the community. 2, a nonprofit that operates primarily to provide financial or other support to city programs, services, and/or for facilities as a nonprofit. Or 3, other public agency that provides services of interest to residents. Next slide. On August 28, 2024, Jen submitted a request for promotion of the event under the city's freestanding banner program. The initial request from Jen was declined as we already had pre-existing reservations for the Live Oak site. However, subsequently, one of the events was postponed and the site was available, and so staff did reach out to Jen, and the banners are up on site and have been installed. We have not had the chance to evaluate whether the applicant or the event meets the necessary elements for being required as an official city event. Next slide, please. That brings us to the recommendation side. As the city manager noted, staff defers the decision to provide financial support for Gen Grow Empower Nature's September 28th, 2024 Family Nod Diwali Festival and Garba event at Live Oak Park to the City Council. However, should city funding be authorized, staff recommends requiring the issuance of grant funds contingent upon Gen obtaining a special events permit and grant funds to be spent and audited consistent with the community grant policy. Staff does not recommend provision of additional promotional support for the event beyond Jen's usage of the freestanding sign at Live Oak Park. That concludes the presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you for the presentation, Assistant Director Bojorquez. So I took a look at the application that was submitted along with the budget, and also the update on the anticipated attendance. The anticipated expected attendees, it says 1,000, but up to 2,000 residents of Santa Clara, at least half or more will be able to walk to the event. What I found interesting was there was another group trying to put together a Diwali event at Mission College, the FOG, Festival of Globe, and they were denied that request because there was not going to be sufficient public safety. When it was stated that there would be about 2,000 to 3,000 people in attendance at that event, and I spoke to the POA about that issue, they shared that a full deployment would be necessary to, for an event of that size. And also the fact that there was an event, a football event the next day, there was going to be a football game the next day, that would also be a concern, because if they are putting out a full deployment to an event the day before, that's going to impact their ability to have sufficient public safety at the football game the next day. Now, looking at this application, it looks like we're looking at potentially 2,000 people. And so I know you mentioned the concern about public safety. I will also mention that there is a football game on Sunday. So how is that going to impact, number one, how much public safety is needed, but also if public safety does need to be deployed, how is that going to impact the Sunday's event? The other thing I just want to bring up from the application is the budget. And it shows expenses of, and if I'm reading this correctly, $40,800. And revenue of the total is $23,000, and that includes the potential grant from Santa Clara of $10,000. What's concerning is that shows then a net profit loss, it will be a net loss of $17,800. How is that going to impact the city and the resources that are being asked from the city? I do have a lot more questions, but I'll just share that for now. Thank you.
Any other council members have questions? Councilmember Hardy?
Yes, I was trying to think of any other event where we have put that on our website, because that was part of the request, and I couldn't think of one. So I was wondering if I was misunderstanding or if that was correct. Thank you.
All right, it looks like those are the questions.
Okay, so I'll take the last one because that's the easiest one. So we do not put it on our website unless it's a co-sponsored event where the city is actually a co-sponsor of the event. In this case, we have not had the opportunity to make that evaluation to be a co-sponsor. With respect to the question you raised about public safety concerns and the impact of the football field, that is the reason why we asked for the special event permit in advance, so that we can evaluate those. So we have just received the revised application, and we would normally route it to get comments back from the departments. Because it is a concern for us as well.
Because according to the budget, it looks like only one security person has been designated for the event.
Right,
And it's a full-day event from, I think, 7 in the morning until 9 o'clock at night. Yeah.
So normally, we would send the applications out to the police department, and they would then come back and say, this is the level of service that we require, or this is the approach that we require, and those conditions would be included in the permit as a condition of approval. So in this case, we have not reconciled the applications and had the opportunity to look at what those impacts are and to send it out to the departments, which is why we, as you saw in the recommendation, are requesting that if you choose to submit approve the funding, that it be contingent upon the successful completion of the special event permit.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jane, do you have a question?
Yes, I had a couple of questions. If they don't apply for the $10,000, can they still host their event, regardless with the permits that they have, given that there might be safety concerns? And then the second observation I had was that years ago, the Wilcox Robotics team was doing an e-waste drive, and we were able to get a slide onto one of the public billboards that we have, because we are allowed to do 10% of the time on that billboard for PSAs, public service announcements. So I wanted to understand if that's considered to be promotion or not.
So if I can answer the first.
I have a couple questions too, so I might as well give them to you. So the Chamber of Commerce, who is a sponsor of this, which I'm surprised their names were left off since the last council meeting, was charging, if you sign up, $2 a person to go to the event, or $5 for the day of the event. Did you, I thought I heard you say that it has to be free of charge for everyone if it was going to be a public event. That was my question.
I'm sorry, Mayor, is that the only question?
That's the only one I have at the moment.
So to Councilmember Jane, there are two separate issues. There is the community grant process that can happen, and we can move a lot faster on that process. The special event permit process is different, and that is the one where we require the additional review. And so if we do not get all of the documentation for the event, we generally will cancel the event and not issue a permit. So we, at this point, have not received the information that is required. In the initial conditions of approval to the agency, that information was requested to be provided by September 20th. And so we've been trying to work with them. We understand that they're volunteers, they're trying to do the best that they can. But as of this point, we don't have that information, and we are at a critical point in terms of the event being on the 28th. In terms of the billboard, you are correct. We do have the ability to post on the billboard that's over by 101. Those generally are for city-sponsored events, and so the policy around only promoting city-sponsored events was put in place maybe 3 or 4 years ago. So you may have preceded, what you saw may have preceded that change. And then in terms of the event being free for the community event, the community grant, you're correct, it is to be free. There is I believe, a charge for the raffle, I thought. But I guess I would ask, I'd need to find out what the.
It's supposed to be you buy raffle tickets to enter and then $5 the day of. That's what the chamber, that's what the chamber is advertising.
So again, those are all details that we need to review and see what's in the application. At this point, we've not had the sufficient time to review all that.
All right, very good. All right, City Manager, you have something to say?
Sure. There was another question from Councilmember Watanabe about a potential financial loss, and I believe the math was with the city's $10,000 grant. If that was given, there would be a $17,000 loss, and so without it, there could potentially be a $27,000 loss. So, as Director Bojorquez mentioned, we are not recommending any promotional activity because we are not looking at this to be a co-sponsored event. And so it's just important to note, even though the city may provide a grant to any event, that doesn't mean that we're co-sponsoring it. Certainly, if we were co-sponsoring and our logo was on the event and we use our promotional resources for it, we could potentially be liable for any financial losses. And so that is not the recommendation of staff. And so even if the city council did grant a financial grant in any amount, we would recommend that we not co-sponsor. We're not planning on it, and so we would not be liable for any financial losses, and we do not have any information on how they would cover that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So we have quite a few public members that would like to speak on this. So, Councilmember Hardy, go ahead.
Really quick, just to answer the public service announcement, I was on the Planning Commission when that was made part of the approval for that sign on 101. And that was part of, and that is in the conditions that there would be public service, I think it was up to 10% time for that to be used, and it wasn't city-specific, it was public service announcements.
Okay. All right, ready, public? So we have quite a few. We're going to start with Satish, followed by Kaushal. Please come forward. And our public members have 2 minutes. You have 3 up there, so just. Okay, go ahead, please. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I'm speaking here to request Council to deny grant for the upcoming Diwali event on September 28th, sponsored by Chamber of Commerce. there are significant concerns regarding the implications of funding, especially given the current political context. The CEO of Chamber of Commerce, who is also my opponent in the City Council District 1 race, has been actively promoting the event. The resources used to advertise the event extensively on social media and within our community raised serious concerns about the appropriationness of using city funds in this manner. According to the grant applications criteria of one of the key stipulations is that grant funds will not be used for political or religious purposes. Given the extensive promotion of Diwali event, it is clear the event is being positioned in a way that serves a political agenda, ultimately benefiting my opponent's campaign. Moreover, evidence of coordination between the Chamber's CEO and Council Member Jain, as indicated by this communication since July, suggests that the event has been part of premeditated strategy. The involvement of the city staff in the planning and agenda setting for this event further complicates the issue as it appears to intertwine city resources with political ambitions. In light of these factors, I strongly urge to consider the implications of granting public funds for the event. Funding an event that serves to bolster a political campaign not only contravenes the grant guidelines, but also undermines the integrity of our city's fund processes. And here is what I received in the morning. This promotion is part of the Diwali event, and within that, I receive a promotion for her political campaign. This is what I received. And this is how all the residents of District 1 received as part of the package. And I don't think this has to be seriously looked into it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Kaushal, followed by Sandeep. I don't know if Sandeep's here or online. Welcome.
Thank you for having me, Honorable Council. I am here to share the concern of the families which I coordinated 1 year ago to present the Diwali as an inclusive cultural festival which symbolizes evolution of Hindu civilization. And I think Council Member Jain has already read it up from the Wikipedia. But the purpose for the presentation was the part of the process. We went through the Cultural Commission first. Cultural Commission sponsored us in this council to educate and make aware everyone about what Diwali is, who celebrates it, and how it is celebrated, and why it is celebrated. And that's how we wanted to make sure this is a grassroots level celebration by private citizens with the help of city. That was our end goal, and we have been working with all the departments and commission of city to do this. But now we see this group which suddenly jumped in as a parachute and not following all the processes. So what is happening, what the message is going to the young citizen of this Santa Clara who actually presented, who were high schoolers, that can they trust the process which are well established? Can they trust the ethics and fairness by city's government and council? Because we were following each and every process. We were checking each and every box. We were filing all the, working with, we were getting guidance from Park and Rec department. And here is this event is coming which doesn't even look like Diwali. I saw the poster on Central Park, and it doesn't look like Diwali the way we have this presented and the way Council Member Jain has also described. It is not there, so I urge council members to review their decision to support this event or the fund this event. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandeep? Sandeep online? Oh, here? Oh, please come forward, followed by Ravinder. Welcome.
So for Diwali is very auspicious festival for us, and we are helping people connect and celebrate diversity. Diwali shows us that lights wins over darkness and hope overcomes challenges. We look forward to celebrating this day on 28 September. And as a new realtor, the Diwali event is very important for me. So because at that day, I can meet people, and I can try to even share my culture, which is rich culture. So we are, I'm from India, but there's a people from different states, so we can share our rich culture with each other. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So now we have Ravinder, followed by Ashish. Welcome.
My name is Ravinder Kaur. I'm a founder of JAN,
why I'm founder of Jan. When I land here, I have a $20 in my pocket. But America give me every single thing. By God's sake, my son is a doctor, so I wanna give back to the community. For the children, we give the big, I'm sorry, my English is a little bit, we give the free workshop for the kids. So my basic reason is how to raise the kids like my son. So Diwali is the main reason we get together. No matter it's a Habib or these two gentlemen, they always welcome. They give us ideas, we celebrate together. So my main mission is educate to the kids, and then I promote like a, sorry, I first time talking like that.
No, that's fine, you're doing fine, you're doing
So my basic reason is educate to the kids and about the plants. So what is important for the plants, every kid should have a plant at home. So they wake up in the morning, what is the relation between kids and plants? And we are two founders, Priyanka and me, so she can explain what she wanna do it. She's better than me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, thank you. All right, we have Ashish followed by Priyanka.
Hello, Mayor.
Hello, welcome.
Thanks for giving me this opportunity to speak. So I just want to, a couple of points. So over here, as Kaushal and Satish mentioned before me, the due application process was not followed. So its application was just inserted as an agenda item in the last meeting. And then, as Kaushal said, when we tried to get the Diwali or educate council about Diwali, we followed the proper process. We went to Culture Commission, Park and Rec, and then we made a presentation to the council, and that's how we educate council. And then also when we tried to do application to do a Diwali festival in city of Santa Clara this time, we also followed the same process, went through the Culture Commission. Those did not happen because of as council member Kathy explained that there was some, they cannot provide deploy the police, and then there was a game, so it was the application that we could not do the Diwali festival. And the other thing is, as far this Diwali festival is concerned, this event is concerned, it was promoted by Jan. So I went to their website. There is no mention. They are not promoting this event. It's solely promoted by the Santa Clara Central Chamber of Commerce. So they are the one who are promoting, and there is a fees. They are charging $5 fees, entrance fees, and there is a raffle. We have to buy $10 for the raffle. So that's the other thing. So if city, because as the Park and Rec, he said that city cannot give a grant to if there is an entrance fee, so it's not a free event. And the third thing is, as this festival, if you look at the flyer, it doesn't capture the essence of Diwali, because from India, the way we celebrate Diwali, and if you look at the other organizations who are celebrating Diwali, like AIA or FOG, they celebrate, there is also a religious aspect. It's not a cultural event, it's also a religious festival that we celebrate. So it's cultural religious festival, but here, it's more of a culture because of what they're trying to do. So I just want to request council not to grant fund, or I oppose this thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Priyanka, followed by Nishta. Welcome.
Hi, I am Priyanka. I'm co-founder of Gen. So I would say, first of all, Nav Diwali, it's just not Diwali, it's called Nav Diwali. Nav means the 9 nights of Navratra, which is Garba and Dandiya. It's played with sticks, and it happens in each and every city, the Dandiya, Garba. And currently, the Garba season is going on, and Diwali is like, in India, it falls after October 31st, but this is Bay Area, this is USA, and we celebrate all these festivities for long durations. So our event is Nav Diwali, which is Garba, Dandiya, and the celebration of pre-festivities season, which is mainly Diwali. Other point I would like to put is the event is entirely free. For each and every Diwali event you see in other cities, they charge the entrance fee, whether it's FOG, whether it's AIA, or any other. This is completely free. I don't know what other people are talking about, $2, $5, there's nothing like that. It's an optional raffle to enter the raffle if they want. It's a way for Gen, the new organization, to collect some data. We fill up a form, they fill up a form, they say they sign a waiver to enter the raffle. And then we do mention in the form when they enter the raffle that, hey, if we contact you, we are gonna share the information for the future free workshops. That's what raffle is, and it's completely optional. The Garba in the evening, free of charge, no money involved in there. I would say we picked Santa Clara just because I myself have been doing events like all the fairs, Indian festivals, all over the Bay Area, but I saw there is a lack of Diwali event in Santa Clara, so that's why we chose. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, Jaya, followed by Nishta. Oh. Did I mess it up? Jaya, followed by Nishta. I think I mixed them, sorry. Welcome.
Honorable Mayor and council members, my name is Jaya. I work with the Chamber, and it is based in Santa Clara. So to address some of the issues which were raised, the Chamber is a co-sponsor of the event. And as part of the event, we are definitely putting the marketing bit out. I thought somebody mentioned that. And because Jen is a fairly new organization, but they are doing great work, especially in the youth sector, which is a very big part of what we are trying to do, youth entrepreneurship. So when the event came up, we said we're going to definitely support you because we want to do workforce development. We want to make sure that that young kids know that they can do something which is good for them, that they can become business people, that they can become CEOs. There's no limit to anything they do. I think the entrance fee, Priyanka addressed that, is totally free. This is actually two events combined together, the Diwali and the Garba. If you look at events which are outside, you'll see that they're both charged separately. So here we're actually putting both these events together totally free. Garba has become very popular in the high schools and the middle schools in Bay Area. So there was definitely something lacking in Santa Clara, which we, as a nonprofit based in Santa Clara, we wanted to address that. Rivermark, definitely we chose Rivermark because it has a very high South Asian population. We wanted to give them the opportunity to attend an event which they could walk to. They didn't have to, drive to or do any of that stuff. To Kaushal and Ashish, I would love to say that we are very collaborative. We would welcome them. There are many kinds of festivals all around. It's not just religious, and if it was religious, we wouldn't have been able to apply for this. It is a multicultural event. We want to get word of the culture out. Thank you.
Thank you, Jaya. Nishta, followed by Neelam. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Nishta. So I moved to United States when I was 8 years old from India, and I moved to Colorado. Honestly, we had no diversity. I was privileged enough to see my dad actually create an Indian South Asian community for us. My house was the place where the Diwali events, the prep for Diwali events happen, and I'm really proud to say that in Colorado, we brought people together. When I moved to California in 2016 with Juniper Networks, I didn't want to go back to Colorado because I saw diversity here. I felt like I belonged here. There's a reason, because I always thought that people bring people together, and Diwali is that festival that no matter where you're from in India, everyone comes together. We celebrate in our own ways, in our own culture. Like my house might celebrate it differently, the other house might celebrate it differently, but at the end of the day, we still come together. And when I see a nonprofit and people working full time, but then also doing something because that's their passion, that means to help children or anyone in the community, I think we should encourage that. And I always see city members and individuals like you who are putting your time, it should be towards the community because it's important. We need to see kids that are growing up here, especially the kids who are born here to Indian parents, and especially it's already hard for Indian parents
to assimilate, but if we give the kids a platform to, hey, assimilate and keep your roots, why not? And we are providing that platform, and it would be really nice to have city support that, because these kids are the future generation, and if they see, people not coming together, it ruins the purpose of Diwali, right? So Diwali brings people together, so let's just keep people together. Thank you.
Thank you. Neelam, we have Neelam online, right? Correct? Okay. Neelam, you can unmute. There you go.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Thank you.
Perfect. Hi, this is Neelam Kaswa representing Mallakham Federation of USA. This is a completely non-profit organization and we are participating in this event. I'm pretty sure not many people actually know about Mallakham. This is a sport which is amazing and great for kids as well as adults. And we want to promote this sport in every city. And Santa Clara, we have already started taking classes over there. These are bare minimal. Since this is a non-profit organization, we are not really earning anything out of it. So basically, we are trying to promote the sport because it gives the entire, like all muscle groups get involved, and the exercise is very rigorous and safe because it is yoga on a pole and yoga on a rope. So it involves meditation, it involves yoga, it involves exercise. It's kind of gymnastics. And I don't know if anybody knows about the history of Mallakham, but it actually is the first sport which started taking apparatus or any other device into consideration while exercising. So you can call it a birthplace of gymnastics. So we really want to promote the sport, and would be great to have similar kind of programs in Santa Clara, outside Santa Clara, to actually showcase this.
Okay. Thank you very much. We have Prashant. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council Member, for giving the opportunity to speak. I also want to speak in support of GEN organization and, if possible, to approve the request. Totally understand that due diligence needs to be followed. Public safety has to be paramount. However, it appears that the event is going to take place. So regardless of that, the public safety needs to be considered, because the event will take place regardless of sponsorship from your office or not. But I would say one thing is that I did not know this item is on the agenda, but the people who spoke, I'm not sure if easy to catch, they are from multiple different religions in India and also very diverse aspect or so. So this is not purely a Hindu religion festival. Diwali has a pretty high significance, and approving this will actually show that Santa Clara is really embracing diversity, and so does many other events should be sponsored similarly. But if possible, to approve this request.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any other comments? Okay. Back to council. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I wonder if staff could go back to their recommendation, because it was quite specific, the slide that had the recommendation, please. So if I understand this correctly, there's the however, but the funding be authorized if council decides, staff recommends the requiring of the issuance of the grant funds contingent upon all the requirements. And that's what would need to be done before the event or subsequent.
Are there other questions? City Manager.
Sure. I'll have Assistant Director Borges talk about the specifics, but the recommendation was intended to be before the event. I mean, we're sitting here on the 24th. The event is scheduled to occur on the 28th. There are some significant items that still need to be addressed before staff feels comfortable granting a special event permit. And so as we sit here tonight, there are still outstanding items, which is why we certainly wanted to condition any funding on that permit. Director Bojorquez, can you give a little bit more detail on the outstanding items?
So, thank you, City Manager. There are outstanding items. We did get some communication late this afternoon, so again, I have not had a chance to review all of it. But as of last night, we still did not have the insurance in place. We did not have confirmation of the county permits in place. So it's things like that where we have to have those. We have to have a definition of the number of booths and a number of other items so that we can properly identify, what kind of public safety do we need to have? Is there any other impacts on trash? Do we have to have additional park maintenance people scheduled? All those kinds of issues have to be addressed. Now, again, to their credit, they did provide us some additional information. It's just that as of this right now, staff has not been able to evaluate whether it is sufficient to meet the requirements for the special event permit.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jane?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I fully agree that this event has to be safe and that they need to get the approval by the police department. The event permit, I think, is what it's called, to make sure that it is safe. And if they can't meet it, then they need to cancel it. But we have tried to have Korean events in Santa Clara. We've tried to have other events. Santa Clara is just behind our neighbors, even Cupertino has a cherry blossom festival. So our holiday tree lighting event, everyone, well, not everyone, a number of people call it a Christmas tree lighting ceremony. So its origins of that was a religious origin, but the city has embraced it as a cultural phenomenon that even, say, non-Christians are observing. So I think this is similar to that. I like the fact that they're de-emphasizing religion here and that it's really going to be a fun event to talk about the Festival of Lights. So that's what I had to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Park?
Yes, I noted that as well, which is, again, we're not allowed by funding to fund a political or religious event. So I think that's one of the reasons why the event, which can have religious implications, is not focused on religious implications. I think it is focused on the multicultural and the aspects that will bring people in and basically give more marketing to this culture and what it can do. I also know, and I say this very often, in engineering, we say, if you like your customer, give them a solution. If you don't like your customer, do what's in the contract. Do what's legally allowed. And it's just surprising for me to hear that when given an opportunity to promote your culture, to promote events like this, that we don't have people getting around this and saying, okay, this is what we don't like, this is what we do like. How do we make this festival successful for everyone? Like, I understand when people say that, well, I don't like this, it should be more like this, it should be more like this. Well, I mean, my comment is you can always have your own event. But, I mean, I deal with the Korean community quite a bit, and the Korean community is actually paralyzed by, well, it's not the way that I want to do this. And my question is always, how do you get an event that satisfies your culture, not a specific group in your culture? And I know that's very hard. It's very hard to distance yourself from, well, I am part of this culture. I see myself as one of the preeminent examples of this culture, and I feel like it should be this way. And I think that every community, especially when you're trying to promote it to people who are not part of your culture, really needs to step back and say, what is the best way that we can show this to people who are not part of our culture? I mean, that's exactly what a multicultural festival is. There are a lot of Korean festivals that I've seen other council people at, I've seen other people go to, that the meaning of that specific event, of that festival, of that is not in what we're doing. The meaning is kept in the hearts of the people who understand what that culture is. But the idea, the fun, the excitement, the teaching, the learning, that's what the point of the events are, right? It's not to have something that is 100% absolutely, gospel truth. It's to have something that people can learn about our truth. I mean, I see a lot of Korean foods that aren't that spicy, and I think, well, that's not really Korean, but it's a gateway to people who don't eat spicy food. I see a lot of, anyways, I think we really need to look at a couple of questions. One of them is, how do we make something like this successful? Like, it's beyond just, these are the requirements. We understand these are the requirements, and we want to work with you on these requirements because we'd like to make it successful. This isn't what, interesting, 8:59 p.m. So it isn't about how authentic is this. Like, if it's a competition about which event is going to be the most authentic, I don't know that a lot of people outside the culture would come to an event like that. I can think of a lot of Korean events that if we were absolutely authentic to those events, not even a lot of Korean people would go to those events. I'd go. I want to learn about those things. But the issue is, if we have something that we think is culturally significant, if we believe this will be a benefit for the community, the question that we should be asking, because we know what the legal requirements are, but the question that we should be asking and the tasks that we should be doing are, how do we make this event possible? How do we support this event? Not just, these are the legal requirements. I mean, the permits, the licensing, I want to see that. But I also want to ask the question for the director, the acting director of Parks and Rec, which is, I think I heard that you had sent a list of 13 questions yesterday, right? I mean, I think the original item was brought to council 2 weeks ago, and I want to know how much time was given. I mean, how much has staff worked with the applicant to get the information in? Like, I also know that it's a simple application. The grant process is simple, especially if you know how to do it. But for some people, may not be part of the culture, may not be the first language. I mean, these are exactly the types of events, these are exactly the types of groups that I think we should be working with, not simply saying, hey, here's the process, here's what you do. But I'd really like to have a solution for especially cultural events, where we're looking at how do we help you make your cultural event that we are going to learn about your culture in, how do we make something like that successful? Right. I would like to know how much time we've given the applicant, how much help that we've given the applicant, because I believe that, it's the support that we show the communities that we'd like to support that makes them successful, not just the fact that they had an application and they put everything in. Right. I mean, I have a lot of other things in here, but I mean, from the cultural perspective, my question to the community, to all Indians of every religion, it's not going to be a religious event if it's going to be for the public. It's not going to be a political event if it's going to be for the public. I understand that there may be people who are parts of organizations that you may not like to see, but just because they're part of the organizations that are sponsoring the event, we have to make sure, doubly sure, we've got to be extra careful that we don't put the politics and we don't put the religion into an event that's funded by the city. And again, the questions that I think we should be asking are, how do we make this happen? Not, these are the things I don't like, and how do we make it stop? Right? Making it stop doesn't benefit anyone, but if we're able to make it work, then I'm hoping that the groups that I see here, some of them feel left out because of other reasons, will work together so that next year's festival will be even better and will have more aspects that you 100% like. Again, I would like to see the permits, the required permits, the county licenses, the county permits. I would like to see the safety. I'd like to see everything done. But at the same time, I would really like to see how we can support this so it can happen, as opposed to you just stand back, light the match, stand back, and see what happens. Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. So I want you to know, I think Diwali is probably one of my favorite Indian holidays. And I think ever since I've come to Santa Clara, I've attended a Diwali event, whether it's in Rivermark or if it's a fog event in Fremont. I've attended many Diwali events, and I think it's a very special holiday where it focuses on the Festival of Lights, and it's actually what I've seen, like in Rivermark where I live, is that it's usually the start of what I want to say the Christmas season, because everybody puts their lights up, and it seems like little by little, everybody that celebrates a particular holiday that falls within that holiday season, eventually it seems like the whole community is lit up in beautiful lights. And so it's one of the aspects that I enjoy about Diwali and when it starts. I was one of the questions, and I don't know if it's too late to answer this question, but I know Kajal had mentioned about the Cultural Commission, and I had given them some advice about how to approach the Cultural Commission and how to bring forward a Diwali event. And they have been working very hard on bringing something forward, and so, which was even more disappointing when, because of the issue of public safety not being sufficient, that the event had to be moved actually from Mission College, and I believe they are arranging it in Milpitas now. So, it was very, very disappointing, because this was a goal of the group and also bringing it to the Cultural Commission. The other concern I have when we started looking into this matter was and the $10,000 ask of the grant. When I started to see, like I talked earlier, more and more information that was coming out about this event and the way that it was coming out, it was very concerning. And actually, I know Satish talked about it earlier, but I also this morning came across a gentleman with these flyers, and when I approached him and said, "What are you passing out?" This was at 8 o'clock this morning. And he handed me this, and he opened it up, and he very proudly told me about how this woman is running for city council. And so I took it from him and said thank you very much, as he continued to pass this out. And actually another gentleman passed these out all over the Rivermark community. And when I ran into another man who was passing out the same flyers, I said to him, I said, do you think you're going to be able to gather passes out to all 1,900 houses today? And he says, well, we're going to try our best. And I said, by the way, I said, who's paying you to pass out all these flyers? And he said, Santa Clara Weekly. And he says, yeah, he says, they give us these carriers, to carry everything and to pass them out. So I said, well, good luck to you. And he went on his way, and I went home and I looked more into this issue because my concern, again, is a $10,000 grant is being asked for of the city. It's city funds. What is the city policy regarding giving monies to a political event? Because this is now I mean, if it was just the Diwali flyer that was being passed out, that would be one thing. But now you have a political flyer that's also part of this package that was passed out all over Rivermark this morning. So I went to our city website to see what I could find, and unfortunately, I couldn't find anything regarding city resources and being used for political purposes. What I could find was through the Markula Center about the California Government Code 8314 and what that states under its the California government ethics laws, and this would be considered an unethical act, and because it would be the use of public resources for private or political purposes. And using public resources for either personal or political purposes is illegal. Public resources include such things as public funds, staff time, public equipment, and supplies. And like I said, the only thing that I could find equivalent to what could possibly be used to answer my question about the legality of the city being asked to now grant a nonprofit that also has political implications or that will affect our city code. So anyway, so for a lot of those reasons that I've just stated, I have concerns about this event and how it's being put forward and really what the purpose of it is, because the Silicon Valley Chamber of Commerce is a sponsor. The CEO of the Chamber of Commerce is running for public office. She has been very much advocating and publicizing this event. And it's an event in District 1, which has 3 candidates running for my seat. And one of those people is sitting here in chambers tonight. So I have serious concerns about the oversight and the perception, the public perception of what this event really is. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. If I recall, most of the council members have always advocated that we should be holding such cultural events like Diwali, Holi in Santa Clara, and most of the council members have been noting that our neighboring cities do celebrate such events in the neighboring cities, and we lack on that. And here is an opportunity for the council or for the residents or for different non-profit organizations or for-profit organizations to arrange an event which is paramount to the community we live in. Basically, there's a large percentage of community which is directly connected with these type of celebrations. And I'm surprised like how this opposition is coming from the same people who wanted to have this celebration in our city, whether those are residents and whether those are sitting on the dais right now. So if there is one person involved in elections who is part and parcel of sponsoring the event, or her organization is part and parcel of sponsoring that event, should not be a deterrent to cancel or not to celebrate such events for the greater good of the community. So rather, I would request all those people who are trying to oppose, rather who are part and parcel of these celebrations everywhere else in other cities, to come out to the table and let's celebrate these events. These are important events. These are important cultural events. And look at the diversity of these celebrations are. Like yoga is being part and parcel of it. Garba, which is Western Indian festivities, they are part and parcel of these events. And whole of India celebrates Diwali for one reason or the other. There are different reasons to celebrate Diwali. There are different reasons to have these cultural events held, and not only for our community as such, but these are the reasons we celebrate these, so that other community members who does not have knowledge about Indian culture or Indian events, they should learn more about these events and they should be more educated about it. So I'm really surprised the opposition to this thing for political reasons, which is happening at this stage. You know, I believe in, rather whole of India believe in unity in diversity. And that's what we stand for. We should not be condemning or send negative signals to not to celebrate these events for the community, basically. And Councilmember Park rightly mentioned that we should be part and parcel to make these even more successful, not to stop them, basically. So let's all join hands and make these even more successful and celebrate these things among all community members, all Santa Clarans, all residents of our neighboring cities, that, hey, Santa Clara has started celebrating these events, and we were not doing that in the past, basically. And coming back to the legalities of safety, legalities of the paperwork to be done by the city staff to grant that $10,000, I'm all for it. I'm not saying we should cut corners to do that. We have to be very diligent in providing, taking adequate steps for the security of this event, and we should be taking adequate steps as per the guidelines set forth to approve. If the grant is approved or not approved, doesn't matter, but celebration should be taking place within the parameters of city laws, basically. So I'm all for following all the rules for that. But I would recommend everybody to come on board and celebrate these events, and let's have some cultural celebrations with Diwali, Garba, yoga, and all the things we are talking about youth empowerment, basically. We should be doing that. So with that, I would say, please come. Everybody should be united in this to celebrate these things. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So, you know, first off, I did hear that there was talk about there's a football game on the day. It's actually Sunday the football game is, and Saturday is, it looks like this event, which is the 28th. And like what Councilmember Jane had said earlier about, you know, you look at compare to other cities and see that other cities have events often. Santa Clara, we are limited to arts and wine, tree lighting ceremony, 4th of July. I think that's just a small little handful compared to other cities, as I think it was Councilmember Jane or Park mentioned about the Cherry Blossom Festival in Cupertino. So there is, you know, a need for more events in Santa Clara. I know I spoke to Silicon Valley Pride about trying to have a Pride event here at Central Park because they were considering maybe moving around Silicon Valley Pride for a while. And I said that would have been a great idea, considering it's Silicon Valley Pride. It'd be great to go to different cities, maybe every year or rotate. But that never really went anywhere, really. I think it's because there's a lot of concerns about Santa Clara if we want to do events like this. And I think the demand is there. You know, I hear a lot of the concerns that are going on. I know I have concerns. And some of my questions are more, I guess I have some questions which is regarding the number of outstanding items. I heard that there was 13 questions. Was that the number of outstanding items? Including there's so is it a long list? Is it a very short list? The ability for concerns about public safety. I know certain events do private security. Is there the consideration of private security? I know after the events that happened in Gilroy a few years ago, a lot of festivals started focusing on having private security in addition to some kind of police force or public services. And then going on to some of those outstanding items, for example, I heard insurance and county permits. How long is it to take to get county permits? Are they very quick? The same thing is it very quick to get the insurance? So those are some questions for staff, but at the same time, it's questions for the applicant of Jen. Do they feel that they will have these requirements done by the end of the week, and do they feel that they will fulfill some of these outstanding items? And how long will that take you to fulfill those outstanding items? So I have some split questions there for staff as well as for the applicant, if they could answer those.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. I will start, and certainly will turn some items to the city attorney and then Ms. Bojorquez. So a number of questions were asked, but I first want to begin by saying something that I think a number of council members have said, which is nothing we're discussing today should ever be interpreted as the city not wanting to support a Diwali or Nav-Diwali celebration. Certainly on our cultural commission's work plan is having more cultural celebrations in Santa Clara, and know that your staff is wholeheartedly behind that and supporting that. What we're really here talking about is one specific organization that wanted to put on a community event, and the timeline at which they submitted for the funding grant is short, and there are still some outstanding items related to their special event permit process. And so Councilmember Park did have a number of questions or statements, but I just want to, in many ways, encompass those by saying, know that a staff team that includes people from the city manager's office, including myself, as well as people from the Parks and Rec Department, have been supporting this event throughout the special event process, and even when there was a change from an expectation of no more than 75 to 100 people at any given time to potentially over 2,000 people, as well as more booths. And so staff did not put up roadblocks. Staff did not say absolutely not. The time is short. We very much wanted to support and provide the necessary information so the group could obtain all the required permits. And so absolutely there has been back and forth communication across the entire time that this item has been discussed. And certainly, as we discussed earlier, when you met 2 weeks ago, and there was a 030 request that was approved by a majority of the city council. At that time, there was no community grant application submitted. One has been since submitted, and we are duly processing that. But because the path of the 030 request and the community grant request sort of are colliding, and we sit here today, frankly, with less than 72 hours before the start of the day of the event, it's really imperative that we discuss these items here today. And again, staff did not put up roadblocks and say we cannot put on this event or we cannot support the group to process the event. There's been a lot of communication back and forth. There was one question about the legality of providing funding to this event. Know that we have consulted with the city attorney's office, and I will turn it over to our city attorney to address that question.
Thank you, City Manager, Madam Mayor, council members. Two legal questions have been raised. One, the potential religious nature, of the event, and the other, political nature of the event. With respect to the religious nature of the event, we did some research on Diwali, and we're including some benchmarking of other communities, some legal research, and my own personal consultations of a very knowledgeable person in my office regarding the nature of Diwali. And we are very comfortable that it's a cultural event and not a religious event. And so no council member should feel like they are creating a legal issue where there could be if it was a religious event, if you were to decide either to fund the event or not fund the event. With respect to the political nature of the event, based on the information that we have, the event itself does not present as inherently a political activity. I think there may be some political activity surrounding, the event and conduct around that, and maybe politicization of the event, but nothing that struck me or anybody in my office as converting the event to a political event that would prohibit the city's ability to fund it. That being said, you've got broad discretion to decide whether or not to support funding, for this type of activity or not. And if a council person concluded that they thought it had been politicized and it was too political in nature, I'm not going to tell you that's not a lawful, reasonable basis to not decide to support it, or for any number of other, valid possible reasons, including from, of course, city attorney's standpoint, frequently, risk management, and public safety concerns. So any of the comments that any of you made, supportive or not, that suggest those things should be addressed for an event of this size, I would heartily, agree with that. So those are my thoughts on kind of the legal aspects of it. I did have a thought on insurance. We've not been, there's not been a specific inquiry with us about that yet. I think it is a very important thing to get. I'm not sure if there's any issues the applicants have been having, with insurance. We have been successful in the past in facilitating, different event-related, insurance brokers that we've been able to enlist in short order. But it sounds like the city manager may have already been working on that and other issues. So I'll be quiet and turn it back to you.
Things are changing fast, and so I do have some information with regard to that. But the final set of questions really were around what are the remaining items that are needed for a special event permit. And as the Director Bojorquez mentioned, some information was submitted today that late this afternoon that we haven't been able to fully analyze. I do know specifically with regard to insurance, as of yesterday, we had received a quote for insurance that the event organizers appear to have received a quote to obtain insurance, but we had not received the actual insurance. And as you know, our normal process is to be listed as an additional insured and get that binder. And so there are a number of outstanding items. I do not currently know if that was one of the items that were submitted within the last few hours. And so with that, I will turn it over to the director to provide a little bit more details on the outstanding items, as well as I do believe Councilmember Becker asked a question of the organizers who are here today on if they believe that they are able to obtain all of the outstanding information that's been requested. I will say that putting on an event that may attract upwards of 2,000 people is not an insignificant thing. And so making sure that we conduct our special event process, and we recommend 90 days. And so, but people come in after that, and we work to facilitate that process. And so know that staff is doing their due diligence, and staff certainly is working, I think, proactively and appropriately with the event organizers. I see them nodding their head. And I think the city attorney has another comment before I turn it over to Director Bojorquez.
I'm sorry, there was just one additional point I wanted to make about the limits on city funding of political activities. That is very much a provision of our policy. It will be a condition if, in fact, they're able to obtain, the permit. And in fact, how the money's used will also be a condition of any funding agreement to make sure the money itself is not used for political purposes. So I just wanted to add that additional, layer of detail onto what I provided you, and I'll turn it back over to Cynthia.
Go ahead. Thank you. So I just wanted to echo what the city manager said in terms of our commitment to working with the group. The staff has been working having daily conversations every week since July on trying to help them understand what the requirements are, directing them to get the additional information, and going back and forth with all of the information. So as of yesterday, the remaining items, and again, it really became a challenge for us when the actual community grant application was submitted, because that was different than the original special event permit that had been submitted. And that was what really raised the red flag for us. And so some of the questions were the power source that was going to be needed for the event, an updated map so we could see the general location, the size of the stage, how many tents would be set up. Again, the original application said 20, then the grant said 40. The grant application discussed a media screen that had not been on the original application. We asked about the size of that screen, where it would be, how it would be powered. We asked about, as you know, we try to be good neighbors whenever we have events, and so we asked them about what they had done in terms of good neighbor outreach, whether a flyer had been circulated to the neighborhood. We asked about what the food options would be, what food trucks would be there, What cook-on-site vendors would they have? Had they applied for permits with the county for any cook-on-site vendors? We let them know that they would be required to have volunteers for event support for every 50 guests during the event. And so there's a certain criteria for how many volunteers they'd need to support the event. We asked if there was going to be a need for signage to be put up during the event and what kind of signage that would be. And then obviously asking for the location of that. We need the business license for the vendors that are participating. And to the point that the city manager just made, we need the certificate of insurance for the organization with the city as an additional assured. We needed a run of show for the day, so we know how the event is going to work and the timeframes for each. And then the setup time and logistics in the afternoon for cleanup and logistics, because that also factors into our need to have available resources to support that. So those were the 13, and then out of that, we did get some responses, and there were 5 additional questions. If you bear with me, I got to go through these emails. The size of the generator, how it's going to be powered, how many will be installed and used for the event. With respect to Good Neighbor Outreach, we were notified that they had done a flyer for the neighborhood. The question was there a hard copy of the flyer already provided to the houses in the neighborhood? There was indication that the insurance attachment was a quote, and then clarifying that we needed the certificate of insurance with the required endorsements. And we provided the additional requirements for the insurance. For the cook-on-site food options, the city requires a verification of temporary food permits obtained and applied. Our understanding is that they have been applied for, but we don't have them yet. So we need to verify that. And we provide the link to how to apply for the permits if they had not done so. And then with respect to business licenses, we needed copies of the business licenses, and we gave them a sample. We received a sample of the business license that was submitted for the state, but not for the city's business license from the vendors. And so reiterating the requirements for all vendors selling items on public property is that vendors have a City of Santa Clara business license. So those are the information, that's the correspondence that's gone back and forth in the last 24 hours.
Through the mayor, what about private security?
We did talk about that. They did talk about it, but not in one of those 13. We did let them know that there would be a requirement for it, and let me see where it's at. And let them know that they'd have to give us a plan, which is normally what we require. We require them to give us a plan. Let's see, where is it? And before I forget, as I'm going through the scrolling, I did want to reiterate what the city manager said. It was not just Park and Rec staff, but also city manager staff who stepped in to try and help facilitate both the community grant process, which is administered by the city manager's office, as well as the special event permit. Attendees, booths, food. I'm sorry, I'm not seeing the security one, but I know that we did talk about either on the application or in some other email that I remember seeing, there was a discussion about, originally they were gonna not have security, and they said if we needed additional, because they were gonna do it with volunteers, if they needed additional, they suggested that we use Park and Rec staff. We do not have staff available to provide that service, and we notified them of that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question, hearing comments from acting director that we need a business license for all the vendors. So let's say, take an example like Art and Wine Festival, there were so many vendors over there. Do they all have to have a business, City of Santa Clara business license, or this is a new condition we are putting up? I just want some clarification on that. Thank you.
So I do know it's not a new requirement. What I don't know is whether all the vendors have to do it for Art and Wine. So if you give me a couple minutes, I'll text staff and find out.
All right, Councilmember Watanabe, while we're waiting.
Thank you, Mayor. So, yeah, going back to the FOG event, they were told like over 6 weeks before they were planning the event. They were planning to have the event on October 19th. And they were told almost a month ago that there was not, there would not be sufficient public safety available for their event. So, I mean, how is our own police department going to be able to make a decision in the next 72 hours whether or not they're going to have sufficient public safety available? And what is the cost going to be? Because I do know that that was a serious concern as well, what that would entail. And then I hear you say, Director Bojorquez, that about the flyer. You asked them to put out a community flyer. But I ask you, they did the flyer. Did you ask them to put a political flyer with it as well? Was that part of the package? I don't think so. But that was what was delivered to the community this morning. Thank you.
Okay. Director.
So I can respond to that question. So with respect to your question, can I come back for a second? I was going to respond to Councilmember Jane's, I believe it was, no, Councilmember Shahal's question. The art and wine vendors are invited by the city, so they're invited to, they pay a permit fee as opposed to providing a business license. So that's, so it's a little bit different.
Is that because it's a city event?
Correct, it's a city event. So we sponsor them and they operate under our umbrella. And then, I'm sorry, Council Member Watanabe had a question about the public safety. So again, two different events, they're evaluated separately. In the particular case, we share the concern about being able to have proper resources to support an event 3 days from 72 hours from the event.
Okay, any other questions? Comments? I have some comments, but does anybody else have any? All right. I'm going to start by saying when this was brought to us 2 weeks ago by Councilmember Jane, I think at least a couple of us, I know I did, I expressed concern of the perception of it looking political because it was promoted, advertised, and highly advertised by the CEO of the Chamber of Commerce as a Chamber of Commerce event. And the CEO, Javier Batia, is running for City Council in District 1. And I expressed concern about that if you're going to be asking for city finances for this, that it can't be a political event or have the perception of being a political event. And I'm actually surprised that coming back now, 2 weeks later, they completely took off the Chamber of Commerce and said that it was Jen Grow Empower that is solely, I guess, hosting this event. But I looked, and it's still promoted, and you have to register for the event at the Chamber of Commerce website. And I'm not saying that's not a bad thing, but when the CEO of the Chamber of Commerce is running for City Council in District 1, which is where this event's going to take place, I think the perception of the community, and I saw we had a couple of community members here that are, not happy about that. And I know that 5 members of this City Council are supporting that particular candidate from the Chamber for the District 1 council seat, so it makes sense to me. But when I looked into it more, there were text messages from Javier that went to Councilmember Jane that said, please get this on the agenda. So it's coming from there. It's advertised on the Chamber website. It's advertised on the political candidates' social media all over the place. It's hosted in District 1, where she's running, and when the flyers went out today, as Councilmember Watanabe and Mr. Chandra pointed out and showed you, the flyers went out with her political brochures in them, and as well as another candidate running for city clerk. So, you know, added to the fact that this is done, you know, less than 2 weeks from the time the ask came into the city council until this Saturday before the event, and you see all the issues and challenges that our city staff has gone through to try to make this event successful. And it's really not fair. That's why we have that longer process where you submit an application, you know, well in advance so that all our departments can weigh in on it and make sure that the event is successful. But it sounds like it's been thrown together at the last minute, and I'm all for the event. I'm all for the Diwali event. I'll go to the Diwali event. I go to them in every other city. I'd love to come to one in Santa Clara. But the perception now, I was expecting that the Chamber of Commerce would come tonight and say, you know, the candidate will have nothing to do with it. She will not be featured in it. She will not be speaking at the event. She will not be part of it, that it's really Jen that's promoting this event. But what I saw was that the name of the chamber was taken off, and I don't know if Councilmember Jane, that's misleading to us, but the name of the chamber was taken off when clearly they're a sponsor of this event, clearly. So I don't know what you're trying to tell the public, but I think we should be transparent here as to what's actually happening here. So I'll support the event as long as this city council candidate has no part in it in terms of speaking and promoting and everything else. But her brochures are with the Diwali brochure that went out to the community, and only in District 1, when we have many, you know, community members in District 2 that would have loved to come or had, you know, information about it. But it was done, it looks, you know, pretty deliberate that the brochures were sent out with her political brochures tied together, as well as all these other things. So it appears to be a political event. The perception is that it's a political event. And I know the council members that are supporting this candidate, I get it, you want to continue to support the candidate, but I think we need to be transparent to the public for what this actually is. And I know that it's against the law to put city money into anything that's political. I know that. I know that's very, very clear. So again, I'm disappointed. I was hoping that the group would come tonight to say the political candidate has nothing to do with it. We did bring it up 2 weeks ago, and now we're just ignoring it, that it is the chamber that is promoting this. And they have been for several weeks. So I just can't support a political event or anything that has the perception of a political event. But I want to support the Diwali event because I think they're wonderful, wonderful events. But this has been turned into something different, and I'm sorry to say that. All right, council, what do you want to do? Councilmember Jane.
Yes, Mayor, I would be happy to make a motion to say that pending all of the necessary approvals for an event, that the city commit $10,000 to this event, and with the audits that are necessary to make sure that it's not religious and political. So there will be an audit after this event, and presumably anyone who thinks it's a political event can raise an objection. So we do have guardrails.
Councilmember Hardy. Oh, is there a second to that?
I wanted to second that. If it was the recommendation that staff gave over all the concerns, everything being fulfilled, I can second that.
So we have a motion and a second. This is a political event. I'm sorry, but whoever made the decision to put them out together, it was a really poor decision. All right, we have a motion and a second. City Clerk?
Councilmember Watanabe.
No.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes,
Anyone with you?
nobody's in the room.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes, and no one's here.
Vice Mayor Becker.
Yes.
Councilmember, Mayor Gilmore.
No. And that passes 5-2. All right. Thank you very much. All right, the next item we have on our agenda is item number,
Mayor?
5.
This is Suds. I actually need to leave this meeting at this time. Thank you.
5-minute break, everyone. 10-minute break. So we'll be back at 9:55. Hello, everyone. Calling the meeting back to order. Thank you for granting us a quick break. We're going to start now with item number 5, public hearing, approval of the 2023-2024 Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, the CAPER, for submission to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD. This is a public hearing, so I'm going to declare it open. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight's item 5 is a annual update of the CAPER. Let me explain a little bit what that is. Annually, the City of Santa Clara receives what's called entitlement funds that we receive based on our population size by the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development. At the end of each program year, the city must report the progress and accomplishments for the use of those funds. Tonight, you are receiving a report on the year-end use of those funds, and it's called the Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, for short CAPER. This report covers the program year 23-24. CAPER includes information on the city's tenant-based rental assistance program, public services and homeless services, as well as capital improvement projects. Tonight's presentation will be presented by Adam Marcus, the city's division manager for our Housing and Community Services Division. Thank you. Adam?
Welcome.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor and City Council.
Before we move on, is Councilmember Chahal still on? I don't see him. Is he gone as well? I know Councilmember Jane did, but Councilmember Chahal as well?
Right, Councilmember Jane expressed he was leaving the meeting. Councilmember Chahal did not. I'm on the lookout here, and
I just don't see him.
Yeah,
so-
he's not on
okay.
right now.
All right, I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you. I'm sorry. Go ahead, please.
No problem. As the city manager mentioned, this is a part of our annual cycle for our community development grant funds from the federal government. We're now at the end of that cycle. The cycle begins with outreach. We set priorities. We have an application process. We develop an action plan. We implement it, and here we are tonight to report on the progress. Just as a quick reminder, our 5-year HUD consolidated plan includes 5 broad goals, which we use to measure progress each year. Those goals include affordable housing, so creating and preserving affordable housing. That includes our rental assistance program, our neighborhood conservation and improvement program, which is home repair, and our minor repair program. Homelessness, so preventing homelessness through case management services that we offer through partnerships with the county. Services for domestic violence survivors, providing basic needs, public services for low-income persons with special needs and special needs populations, including the elderly, persons with disabilities, persons who are homeless, and victims of domestic violence. We also support a goal to promote fair housing choice and reducing housing discrimination. We also support the improvement of public facilities and, of course, administration of the programs themselves. This pie chart summarizes how the city has used not only its CDBG home and home ARP funds, but also some of the city's local funds, our special revenue funds, and a little bit of general fund as well to support some of these services. I would like to note really quickly that one of the slices on this pie should not be here. Our public facilities improvements are still in progress, and so we will actually need to report on them once they're completed. So I apologize for that. In total, the city spent over 1.9 million with, as you can see here, the numbers for each of those areas. Affordable housing, homelessness services were amongst the largest contributions or program areas for that spending. And here we have a snapshot of how many clients we served with our major program categories. So in total, we served over 3,000 households through various programs and activities. The next two slides are a little detailed, so bear with me. In this table, we show our goals and indicators on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, we see the indicators for our annual goals and our 5-year goals. So just as a reminder, this is year 4 of our 5-year cycle. So for our 1-year goals, 100% means we're on track. For our 5-year goals, 80% means we're on track because we're not quite through our entire cycle. So starting off with affordable housing, our homeowner rehab performance for the year was just 2 households shy of meeting our annual goal. The good news is we have 2 projects underway and 13 clients on the wait list. We've also hired a housing inspector, which will help to accelerate the program. Our rental rehab number here is showing as 0 because we have several projects in progress, which we cannot report on until they are completed. Our tenant-based rental assistance program was just 3 households shy of meeting our annual goal for the year, and our 5-year goal is very close to being on track. Moving on to fair housing, our annual numbers were a bit lower than we had hoped, and that is due to rising costs to provide the service. Our funding for these organizations is constant, but in the current environment, the cost to provide services continues to rise. And lastly, homelessness. In terms of domestic violence, we met expectations in terms of homelessness prevention through our partnership with the county and the homelessness prevention system. We have not only exceeded our annual goal, but we've already exceeded our 5-year goal. Looking at public services, 2 categories, CDBG and non-CDBG. So for the first category, our public service goals using CDBG dollars are tracking a little bit behind. This is due to several ongoing factors, including, as I mentioned, nonprofit staff retention and rising cost of service. Keep in mind these goals were set 4 years ago, so things have changed significantly since then. City staff will continue to look for ways to increase impact in these areas with existing resources. Our public service goals using general fund for programs such as landlord-tenant mediation, Catholic Charities Ombudsman's program for seniors, United Way, which helps direct people to various community services and resources, as well as We Hope, our mobile shower and laundry. We were very close to meeting our annual goal, and we have exceeded our 5-year goal. And we'd like to give you a little bit of a preview because being that we are now in year 4 of our cycle, it is time to look forward to our next 5-year comp plan cycle. And so with that, this means staff will has already begun working on this. Staff has been working closely with the county on securing a con plan consultant who will be working with all of the cities in the South Bay on outreach, research, and plan preparation. As part of this process, the city needs to update our HUD Citizen Participation Plan, or CPP for short. The CPP will update what is required for noticing and outreach around amendments and changes to our HUD plans, and that will be coming back to the City Council in the fall. In January, staff intends to launch a Notice of Funding Availability, or NOFA, for our CDBG and home programs. Typically, this is a 3-year NOFA, so it is an important opportunity for existing and new service agencies and providers. Staff intend to bring forward the new 2025-2029 consolidated plan and the next year's action plan in spring of next year for public hearing. And with that, we have our recommendation, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that report. Are there any questions from council members? Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make a comment, Adam, and it's just thank you for the report. And it's I'm glad to see that we're able to help so many people because based on the numbers, there's obviously a lot of need out there. So thank you for all you're doing to make sure that those needs are addressed.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions from the council, so it is a public hearing. We'll go to the public. Is there any member of the public that would like to come up and give us their comments about this report? Okay, seeing none, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
So we have a motion by Vice Mayor Becker, second by Councilmember Hardy to close the public hearing. Can we vote on our online since nobody's offline?
Yes, I'd like
Please
to note.
register your vote.
I'd like to just note for the record that Councilmember Shahal has left the meeting as well.
Please register your votes.
It didn't pop up. Okay, let me try.
You might have to do a roll call vote on this first one.
I'm going to try this real quick to see if it'll.
Why don't we do a roll call vote and then while they're setting up?
Didn't come up.
In the interest of time.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal's absent. Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember Park?
Yes.
Councilmember Jane is absent. Vice Mayor Becker?
Yes.
And Mayor Gilmore?
Yes, and that passes 5 yes of those present, unanimous of those present. Thank you. All right, do we have Vice Mayor Becker, staff recommendation?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you. First off, thank you, Adam, for the presentation. Sorry you had to wait this long to get to this point, but apologize. But I would like to make a recommendation, a staff's recommendation.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
Thank you. Is there a second? What's that?
The item is on the screen.
Oh. I'll second that once we have the right number up.
All right, we have a motion by Vice Mayor Becker and a second by Councilmember Hardy for a staff recommendation. Oh, is there any member of the public that would like to speak on the staff recommendation? Seeing none, please register your vote.
No.
And that passed, oh, I'm assuming it passes, but I shouldn't assume, so.
Councilmember Hardy's.
Yeah, I'll have to say my vote since it won't come up on here. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Member Watanabe?
Oh, yours does not be
It
there?
didn't come up, no.
Okay.
Mine keeps coming up.
What's going on? So, okay, I'll just, if you can cast your vote, Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy, yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Park?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Becker? Yes. Mayor Gilmore?
Yes, and that passes unanimously of those present. Thank you so much for that report. All right, now another public hearing, item number 6, public hearing, action on 4 corrective amendments to the zoning map that resolve inconsistencies with the city's general plan land use diagram for the properties located at 4995 Patrick Henry Drive, 3005 Democracy Way, 807 Washington Street, 1435 Lewis Street, and 1430 and 1448 Madison Street, and 2805 Bowers Avenue. Public hearing, city staff.
Sure. Mayor, this item is a request to amend 4 properties on the city's zoning code map, which was recently adopted by the city council on July 16th of this year. Rena Brio, our acting director of community development, will provide the staff presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Tonight's item includes corrective amendments to the zoning map.
I would like to say something. I'm just checking. I own property on Lewis Street, 1435. I didn't get a notice that I had to abstain from this. I'm just double checking. It's no, let's see. I'm sorry, just one second. I just want to make sure I don't make a mistake here. 1, 2, 3, 3.5 blocks from my property. But am I checked at each time?
Yes, there is a process that
I would have been
includes
checked. What?
it includes a conflict check on every
Is it
agenda item.
500 feet or 1,000 feet? Do we know?
With this item, I believe it's 500 feet, but
It would have popped up?
it would have
Okay,
raised the
I
potential.
just wanted to double check for the record. All right, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Thank you. So since the zoning map adoption by the City Council on July 16th, staff has identified 3 parcels in the city that had some clerical errors, as well as 1 property in the city that has been a project in the pipeline that the council took action on. So all of those sites need to be addressed, which is why staff is bringing forward these 4 specific sites, asking the council to correct the zoning designations on these sites. And I'm going to talk about the specific sites, but first just some overview. So as a reminder, the city's zoning map includes all the properties in the city and what they are zoned, and that the council adopted a zoning map very recently in July of 2024. And the reasons for adopting the zoning map was foremost to actually implement the city's zoning code update, which the council adopted at the end of last year. And with the zoning code update, new zoning districts were created, and those districts were actually applied through the zoning map adoption process. Another important part of the zoning map adoption was the city getting in conformance with state law, specifically SB 1333, which states that general plan and zoning on properties need to be in alignment. So another action that was done with the zoning map adoption was to apply zoning districts so that they matched up with their general plan designations. So the majority of city properties actually involved some sort of change with the zoning map adoption process, except for one type of property, and that is when a property had a PD zoning on it. And the reasons for that is, many of you know, PD zonings have very specialized zoning standards, development standards, and so those individual properties were left and were not rezoned, but left untouched. So I'm going to talk about the 4 properties in which we are requesting the council take some corrective action on. The first site is 4995 Patrick Henry Drive. I want to provide a little bit of history on the zoning for this site. So back in 2009, the city council changed the zoning on this site from light industrial, ML, to PD. And at that time, the zoning, the PD zoning, was really intended to facilitate a development on the site for the Yahoo development project. As you may recall, in 2019, the DA expired for the Yahoo project, and as such, so did the PD zoning. The PD zoning then was not the zoning district in place for this site, but instead it reverted back to the previous zoning, which is ML. However, due to clerical error, this site was still showing up on our zoning map as a PD, and because of that, we actually are here to correct the error. But we want to actually correct it fully, which is to bring this site into conformance with SB 1333, which says that we need to have our zoning match up with the general plan. So the request here is to actually rezone the site to high-intensity office R&D, which is what the general plan designation is. I do want to explain that this site is also the site for the Kylie/Mission Point development project. And the particular action that you're taking tonight to rezone the site to be in conformance to the current general plan in no way furthers that development proposal. In the next few months, staff is going to be bringing forward that particular application. That application will include a general plan amendment and a rezoning in order to allow for mixed-use development. Today, we are simply trying to correct this particular parcel so it's in conformance to SB 1333. The next site is 805 Washington Street. And so this particular property, and you'll see it outlined in red, was adjacent and at one point part of a church campus, and it functioned as part of the church. And as such, it had a zoning designation of B, which was what we had in our classic zoning code or old zoning code for public serving uses, such as churches, parks, schools. With the zoning code update, B became the zoning district of PQP, which now means quasi-public, quasi-public. Today, we're actually asking for you to recognize this parcel as what it is currently used for, which is a standalone single-family use. It's no longer affiliated with the church, and actually, property owners want to do property improvements that are consistent with the single-family use. So that is why staff's bringing forward a request for rezoning the site to R16L, which would also bring the site into conformance with the general plan. The next properties are 1435 Lewis and 1430 and 1448 Madison Streets. You'll see in red, these are 3 contiguous parcels. And here, these parcels were rezoned to R3 medium density residential, which does conform to the general plan. However, here there was a clerical error, I apologize, but there was a PD zoning on this site. And we did rezone it to a consistent zoning district, but as I explained before, it's better to retain the PD zonings because they have unique development standards specifically for those projects. So staff is requesting here to rezone the property back to the original PD zoning district.
Before we go on, Mayor, we did check. There was a conflict of your properties, and there was not a conflict flag with regard to any of these properties. So know that the norm.
Should I go?
No, there were no flags raised.
No flags.
No flags
Okay.
raised. So the
All right,
appropriate
thank
checks
you.
were done.
All right, thank you very much.
And then the last site is not a clerical error. This is a pipeline project. So you'll recall August 26th, the council took action on a general plan amendment in order to change the site from high-intensity office R&D to light industrial to allow the development of a data center at 2805 Bowers Avenue. And when the general plan amendment occurred, I did tell the council that it would have to be contingent upon the site being rezoned to have a consistent zoning district. So here we're bringing forward that consistent zoning district, which is light industrial. So in this case, once again, we'd be bringing the zoning in conformance to the general plan. So with that, that takes us to the recommendations. On September 11th, the Planning Commission voted to recommend approval of the revised map to the City Council, and that is also the staff recommendation, and I will read it more specifically, which is for the City Council to adopt a resolution to amend the revised zoning map consistent with the city's general plan land use diagram for the properties located at 4995 Patrick Henry Drive, which is also 3005 Democracy Way, 807 Washington Street, 1435 Lewis Street, and 1430 and 1448 Madison Street, as well as 2805 Bowers Avenue. And with that concludes the staff report, and I can answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Does the council have any questions on all of these corrections? Councilmember Park.
So thank you very much for the report. You talked earlier about plan development, and I mean, my complaint over the years has been that instead of following the general plan, we've moved a lot of projects to plan development. We've fixed that a little bit by saying we don't use plan development for smaller projects, for anything less than, I think it's something like 25 acres or something like that. Here, and you say, the zoning map adoption, all properties were intended to have consistent zoning and general plan designations, except for sites with plan development zonings. And my understanding is that with plan development, we have a project in place that calls for the plan development. When I look at the 1435 Lewis and the 1430 and 1448 Madison Streets, the recommendation is to keep the plan development over the general plan, very low density, which I think would be, it says up to 10 dwelling units per acre, which I think is it slightly higher than the R16, or is that about the R16?
I think that's about the R16 as well.
Okay, and I guess the question is, why would we do that? I mean, is there something in progress that would cause us to want to retain PD over simply rezoning it to what the general plan says? I mean, it's just odd to me that we would take a PD and keep it PD rather than, unless there's a project in place, unless there's a development ongoing or a planned development, rather than keep the general plan use. Like, I'm just curious as to why we did that for these 3 parcels.
No other questions, so go ahead.
Okay, great. Yeah, so thank you for the question, Councilmember Park. It was very much a practical reason for why staff retained the existing PD zonings on sites, because really as projects evolve, we would be looking to the development standards that were applied at the time in which those developments were created. And so if we were applying newer zoning districts that were created for these highly customized sites, which is usually what happens with PD zonings, we would probably run into a fair number of legal nonconforming issues. For instance, setbacks would not be the same as they would be in our conventional zoning districts. And when I say the word conventional zoning district, it's the zoning districts that are very explicit in our zoning code, like the R16, the ML. Those would be conventional zoning districts. And so here, it was really a practical matter for staff to identify those PD sites, retain them, because otherwise there would be, quite frankly, a lot of need for variances, which would be difficult to support. And quite frankly, it wasn't the mentality of the individuals the council, who approved those PD zonings, that new standards would be in play that would probably make those sites not very functional. So when a property redevelops, we always look to the city's general plan. So those PD zonings would not be relevant at the time of redevelopment. At that point in time, we'd be looking for that property to get into conformance, full conformance, ideally, unless they were a site of 25 acres in size or greater, with a conventional zoning district.
Okay, but that leads to the question, which is it because the existing use is conformant with PD but not the R1-6? Is it because there is a project in place that conforms with the PD that was approved, but not with the R1-6? Because it seems to me that if there were a redevelopment and we would hold them to the general plan designation of R1-6, why wouldn't we just do that now? Because that would give better intent on this is what you are likely to do if there's a redevelopment on this site.
I just wanted to clarify, so the general plan, there isn't a R1-6 general plan designation. That's a zoning designation. We'd be looking to medium density, for instance.
Sorry.
I just want to clarify that.
R1-6 to be consistent with the general plan designation
right.
of very low
I do want to clarify that many PDs may be in conformance to the general plan. They have density, usually, that could be in conformance to the general plan, but the development standards may deviate from the general plan. And so here, staff made really a practical decision to not apply these new, because it really honestly would be incredibly labor intensive to try and determine the appropriate, if one existed, zoning district that could apply to these unique sites. So I would have to say that, and maybe this is partially answering your question, Councilmember Park, that part of the site, these sites could, in theory, many of them, be in conformance to their general plan. There are just areas where the development standards deviated from a zoning district, which, as you all recall, until last year, our zoning code was from 1969, and so those standards were not applicable. And as much as people didn't like PD zonings, a lot of times our standards really didn't match what people were interested in building. So that's just another practical reality of, and I know I'm not fully answering your question, Councilmember Park. I'm just trying to do the best I can, because there are several PD sites throughout the city, and I don't understand every individual parcel and why and how they relate to their general plan designation.
Okay, but I guess my question is, are we keeping the PD because PD better matches what's existing there right now?
Yes.
Okay. And so without that, if we said, well, to match the general plan designation, we're going to put this zoning in place. So that would create a situation where you would have to create variances for the differences. Okay, but, so as long as they keep the use the way it is, PD will remain in effect. It basically describes what's there. But if they plan to redevelop, then you would look at the general plan to look at what zoning that would be appropriate there. So if they tore that down, if they redeveloped any one of those sites, then that redevelopment would have to follow the general plan designation, which would lead to a zoning of the R1-6.
Correct.
Okay, so now I understand. The PD is there to be conformant with what's currently on the site.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any other questions, so we're going to go to the public. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak? Nobody online? All right, it is a public hearing, so I'm going to ask the council to
Motion?
move to close the public hearing.
Second.
So we have a motion by Vice Mayor Becker, second by Councilmember Hardy to close the public hearing. Please register your vote.
It didn't come up again.
Well, you were in the
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Chair Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously by those present. May I have a motion for staff recommendation?
Yes, I will make a motion for staff's recommendation. On top of that, I thank Councilmember Park for asking those questions. I know that I spoke to a lot of residents about a lot of these issues with zoning and stuff like that, why it feels like we're going backwards to go forwards. But now that Councilmember Park asked, I think, some pretty legitimate questions, and you had some explanation, I think that will give our public a little more info. So I appreciate that, Irina. But my recommendation is my motion is staff's recommendation.
I can second that.
We have a motion by Vice Mayor Becker and second by Councilmember Hardy for staff recommendation. Is there any member of the public that would like to, oh, no, sorry, we closed the public hearing.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Oh, we can't register.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Becker.
Yes.
Chair Gilmore.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore. Thank you.
And that passes unanimously of those present. Thank you so much. Thank you, Rena. All right, our last item on the agenda is action on item number 7, action on resolutions accepting the Monroe Street Bikeway Planning Study, selecting a preferred design concept, and as appropriate, taking related actions regarding parking and curb modifications. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is the first of several bike studies that are grant funded, which will be coming to the City Council in the coming months. Through a comprehensive community process, staff has prepared the bike study, which includes options to implement enhanced bike facilities on Monroe Street. Assistant Public Works Director Mike Liu will provide the staff presentation and walk the City Council and the public through the background of the study, our community outreach process, the design concepts, as well as the traffic and parking analysis. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Assistant Director Liu.
Great. Thank you, Mayor and Council. For the record, Michael Liu, Assistant Director of Public Works. Pleasure to be here. We've been working on these studies for quite some time, so very happy to be at this stage of the process to bring these to Council for discussion. So, as the City Manager mentioned, the item before you tonight is potential action on the Monroe Street Bikeway Planning Study. With me tonight, I would like to recognize that we're joined by, of course, our Director of Public Works, but also Steve Chen, our Transportation Manager, and also Jeff Knowles with Alta Planning, who is our Transportation and Planning Consultant for the project. So we're happy to have them here with us tonight. Let me go to the next slide. Okay, great. So here's our agenda slide. I'm going to provide an overall update and kind of a quick reminder of our goals and our schedule. We'll discuss our outreach efforts to date, all the robust outreach that we've done to really get out in front of the public on this study. We'll provide a little bit of information in terms of existing traffic and parking data. At that point, after that, we'll go into our roadway design concepts. The The community have seen these in many instances, but we do want to provide those for context tonight. We'll have a comparison summary and then really kind of get into our community and BPAC feedback near the end here, as well as our recommendations. So here's our overall update on the project. So as mentioned before, this is a planning level document looking at potential roadway design options to implement bicycle improvements on Monroe Street. And this is between Lawrence Expressway and San Tomas Expressway. As the city manager mentioned, we're proud to receive the BTA's 2016 Measure B grant program funding to study these corridors. Our bike plan has several corridors where there's a desire for improved bike facilities, but not necessarily the appropriate space to just build it. So these studies are necessary to deal with those situations of constrained right-of-way. So as you can see from the schedule here, we started the community process, or the process for this, back in early 2023 with the goal of having robust community outreach. And this includes several rounds of mailed postcards to residents and property owners on the corridor, direct outreach to Wilcox High School, as well as several community workshops, pop-up events, and of course, BPAC meetings. So as the third bullet speaks to, we do have several potential roadway concepts to look at tonight. And these concepts have been presented to the community and basically have been the bulk of the discussion on the project. And finally, the plan includes transportation analysis for the corridor, taking into consideration the proposed roadway concepts. And as you can see, we're at the tail end of the slide of the schedule. Okay, so just a quick reminder of the goals for the project. So the bike plan does call for a Class 2 buffered bike facility on Monroe Street from Lawrence to San Tomas Expressway. So this is typically where you will build a striped bike facility and then a striped buffer next to that to provide some space between the moving vehicle and the bike lane itself. The goal is to create safe streets for everyone. We want to provide convenient, comfortable, and connected transportation choices, and of course, robust community outreach and involvement. So here's a slide on outreach efforts. So I didn't want to just kind of go through this. I won't go through every bullet, but as you can see, one of our major focuses was to really get out there in front of the community. So postcards, we have a city website. We try to be in the City Hall news as much as allowed. Inside Santa Clara, social media, thanks to our communications group for getting the word out. Street project signs, those are pretty popular. People see those, they recognize the corridors under some study. There's a QR code. 5 community workshops, several online surveys, pop-up events are very popular. You can see we had one there in the picture at Wilcox High School. We also attended one at the Caltrain station. And of course, we featured these projects at our Art and Wine Festival. Several BPAC meetings and also several meetings with the other commissions, most notably the Youth, Senior Advisory, and Parks and Rec commissions. Okay, so this slide shows a map of the Monroe Street corridor. Once again, from Lawrence on the left to San Tomas Expressway on the right. Just a few quick facts on the corridor. The corridor is 1.75 miles long. It's one of our east-west corridors, just in central Santa Clara, just south of the Caltrain tracks. The majority of the corridor is residential. However, of course, you can see just right in the center there, we have Wilcox High School. And then we do also have some higher density residential and some businesses getting closer to Lawrence Expressway. It is primarily a 4-lane roadway, although there are sections with a 2-way left turn lane. The speed limit is 35 miles an hour. Along the corridor, we do not have continuous bike facilities. We do have some in segments, and I'll walk you through that in a second. Then, of course, closer to the eastern edge of the corridor, very close to San Tomas Expressway, we have our San Tomas Aquino Creek Trail crossing. So this map was, as you can see, we've bracketed different colors in order to kind of show you the different sections. So the red section is basically 4 lanes. There's no bike lanes today. That's Lawrence to Calabasas. And we'll provide a little more cross sections in the upcoming slides. The light blue section is really a very unique cross section across adjacent to Wilcox High School. And then the yellow is a section which is from Chromite to San Tomas Expressway, is an area where we were able to squeeze in some small, some minimum 5-foot bike lanes with our 2020 paving project. Okay, so now I'm going to cover existing traffic and parking data. So here's a slide on collision data. So this represents 2017 through 2022, 130 collisions during that time period, 2 fatal collisions, 3 collisions with severe injuries. Of the 130 collisions, 9 involved bicyclists, and then 7 involved pedestrians. So although it is below the Bay Area average for urban roadways, we do recognize the number here, especially the fatalities. And we have done some work along the corridor to try to address what complaints we hear related to speeding. There's a curve, a very significant curve, as you saw earlier in the graphic there. So once again, as I mentioned earlier, we did add bike lanes with the paving project and narrowed some lanes to kind of try to get folks to slow down. We did do some quick build improvements along the corridor to really try to frame the intersection. So if someone's driving on the curve, hopefully they see these devices and they recognize, hey, there's something a little bit different along the street. And then, of course, the last one we did most recently is speed feedback signs and curb warning beacons. So those are intended to really kind of tell people, hey, you're driving a little bit faster than you should. And of course, when we get complaints, we work with PD to have enforcement done out there as much as possible. Okay, so that was collisions. I'm going to move on to existing level of service. So as the council knows, our level of service is our measurement. It's our operational measurement for traffic congestion at intersections. And let me walk you through the map. So what you see on the map is our study area. So obviously we studied intersections along the Monroe Street corridor, but we expanded that to be beyond that. So Kuiper's on the north, Cabrillo's on the south. As you can see there at the bottom of the drawing, Lawrence and San Tomas on both ends. So a total of 26 intersections were studied, and what you see in front of you today represents their existing level of service designation. So, and typically we look at 2 times of the day where it's most significant. So the morning peak, obviously that's morning commute times, and then the evening peak, which is, once again, it's commute times, obviously heading back from work. So in the morning, during the AM, you can see the red, sorry, let me go through the legend. So the legend represents, green represents meets our current standards, and then red means it's substandard. It's below a standard it's basically below our standards. AM is on the left of the circle with the line down the middle, and then PM's on the right. So in the morning, we have 22 that meet standards of the 26, and 4 are substandard. And then the evening, we have 23 that meet standard, and 3 that are substandard. And you can kind of see from the lay of the map, they tend to primarily be along either Kuiper, Walsh, or along the expressways, whether it's San Tomas or Lawrence Expressway. Okay, so this is our current level of service. Corridor parking. So parking's a key part of the study. So we did do parking counts during different peak hours along the corridor, as well as on side streets up to roughly 500 feet from the corridor itself. These were done back in April, or in an April time period, and roughly 3 peak times. So typically morning, 7 to 9. We'll do something at lunchtime, 11 to 2, and then 2 to 4 a.m. or sometime early in the morning for those residents that park overnight on the street. So I won't go through all the specifics of this table here, but what you can see kind of highlighted in the middle is that overall we have 62% availability on Monroe, and then side streets is about 63%. I do want to mention that parking availability does vary along the corridor. So as we head closer to Lawrence Expressway, parking levels availability drops more than, it goes below the 62%. So it's not completely consistent across the corridor, but these are the overall numbers for tonight. Okay, so next we're going to jump into roadway concepts. So this slide is intended to put in words the concepts that we are looking at. After these slides, after this slide, you'll see the actual visuals themselves. So I'd like to go through this since we'll be discussing these tonight. So 4 roadway concepts. So the first one's self-explanatory, but I'll speak to it. It's our existing conditions. It's no build, primarily 4 vehicle lanes with parking and some other varying characteristics that you'll see in the upcoming slides. The one below that is our 2-lane option. So it's 2 lanes, it's one of the 2-lane options. This is 2 lanes of vehicular traffic, buffered bike lanes, adding a center turn lane when none exists, as well as parking on both sides. The next option here is 2 lanes, parking protected bike lanes, and center turn lane. And last but not least is our 4-lane option, retaining 4 lanes, however, trying to create buffered bike lanes by removing parking on one side. So as mentioned earlier, these concepts are analyzed against our transportation metrics of parking and traffic. Okay, so here's a graphic that shows our existing conditions. There are no bike lanes. As I showed you earlier, the corridor is split into kind of roughly 3 areas that are bracketed by various colors. This is the section from Lawrence to Calabasas. It's roughly 64 feet wide. And as you can see from the graphic, this has 4 lanes of traffic, no center turn lane, no bike lanes, and then parking on both sides. This is pretty typical in Santa Clara. When I was here previously on Prune Ridge, this was kind of what Prune Ridge looks like in its existing form. Next slide here is, these are existing conditions, once again, the no-build option along Wilcox High School. So on the top, that's a cross-section of Monroe right at the high school. So what you'll see is on the left is the school side, and on the opposite side of the street is residential. So currently there's no parking allowed along the school side. So there's a pretty large travel lane. There's another travel lane next to that. There is a 2-way center turn lane. What that does is facilitate ingress and egress out of the parking lot for the school for pickup and drop off. 2 lanes on the other side, and then parking adjacent to the existing residential. The one below, the cross-section shown below that is Chromite to Santa Masa Expressway. As I mentioned earlier, this was a section where we were able to facilitate putting in minimal bike lanes at 5 feet, parking was reduced, travel lanes were reduced as well. There's no center turn lane here. Okay, so let's dive into our first concept that's different than existing. So this one is, once again, is 2 lanes, buffered bike lanes, a center turn lane, and then parking on both sides. So to accomplish this cross-section, or to achieve this cross-section, we would be removing a travel lane in each direction, narrowing those lanes as well to help with some traffic calming desires by the community. We would be adding buffered bike lanes, and then the parking would remain in its existing position right next to the curb. I do want to point out that there are some areas here, like for instance, if you can see the driveway buffer on the top left, as well as the section on the bottom right where it says trash bin location for pickup. Those are areas kind of earmarked to deal with some of the concerns we heard during the community discussions. Primarily, okay, where do I put my trash bins? And then also visibility. So as we put in these facilities, what we're trying to do is improve visibility when we can in order to make sure that people see the bicyclists as they're going down the corridors, as well as accessing these various driveways. Okay, so that's the first option that's different than existing. And this is the same option, but this is along Wilcox High School. So I would like to walk you through this one as well. So along Wilcox High School, what we're looking to implement is, obviously this is taking out a lane of traffic in each direction. We would retain the center turn lane. Along the high school itself, we would put in a separated bicycle facility. So what this is we also call them protected facilities and buffered, but what that does is it creates a space for the bicyclist next to the curb, and then there's a buffer area, as you can see in the graphic, it's 4 feet wide, and likely a delineator. And the one concern we wanted to make sure we addressed was, as you get closer to the school, that's when the bike traffic gets a little more intense. Ultimately, if we're successful with these bike facilities, we wanted to avoid people trying to park in those areas and try to drop off, right? So that's really the intention there. And then, of course, you can see on the other side, we would retain parking and then install a buffered bike facility. Okay, so next option. And it's a little bit of a mouthful, but I'll walk us through this. So 2 lanes, parking protected, bike lanes, and a center turn lane. So this is very similar to the one you just saw, where there's a lane of traffic in each direction that's removed. We do retain parking on both sides, but we do what's called parking protected. And we saw this concept with the Prune Ridge project when that came to council a little bit a while ago. And what this is and we're starting to see this more and more in various jurisdictions. There's I believe some mixed reaction to whether these are better or or worse than the other facilities, but this is one of the tools in the toolbox. So what this does is it takes the parked car and it pushes it away from the curb or pulls it away from the curb in order to have the bicyclist be between the curb and the car itself. So the vehicle provides the protection and it's further into the center of the street. You can see that on the top right there where it says adding parking protected bikeways. So once again, it does create a space for the bicyclist next to the curb, but it does have, like for instance, our BPEC had some concerns about visibility, whether it's intuitive for folks as they're driving down the corridor, seeing a car parked so many feet from the curb. So really it's about implementation and education if we decide to do something like this in terms of making sure people understand that is the intent. Once again, we're moving a travel lane in each direction, narrowing lanes in order to hopefully slow down traffic a little bit. So this is parking protected. And along the high school, we would once again have that separated bicycle facility next to the high school, so that remains the same. It's just the opposite side of the street where, as you can see from the cross section, the bicyclist is next to the curb, next to those two folks that are pedestrians, and then there's a buffer, and then there's the parked car. And there's various debates going on in terms of which is better. Earlier I was running through all the comments again, and everybody has a different opinion. Some people would rather be biking on the side of the, would rather be biking over here because they're not going to get potentially doored by the driver, right? So there's various opinions in terms of what is superior as far as a bicyclist is concerned. Okay, and then this is our last option. So this is 4 lanes, buffered bike lanes, and then removing parking on one side. So once again, the corridor is constrained in terms of its right-of-way. With this project, we are studying existing dimensions, curb to curb. We're not looking to move sidewalks, and ultimately, in order to fit a buffered facility out here and retain 4 lanes of traffic, then we would need to remove parking on one side. So at this point, based on just the general parking numbers, if we, this was chosen by as a preferred alternative by the council, our recommendation is to remove it on the south side of the street. Okay, so this is once again 4 lanes, and then there's no center turn lane as well. And then along the high school, we once again will still have that separated bike facility next to the high school itself. But on the opposite side of the street, which is the north side now, we would need to remove parking along that segment. This is because we have that center turn lane in the middle. So at the end of the day, we're working with 64 feet. How do we parse that out in order to have facilities that work for all the uses we have out there? Okay, so now I'm going to jump into our comparison summary. So this is a table. It's a bit complicated, but I'll walk you through it. So on the left, we have the concepts that we just went through, and on the right, as we go from the top to from left to right, we have the various metrics that we looked at, or categories. So we focus on speed reduction, collision reduction potential, parking availability on Monroe itself, travel time along the corridor, level of service, and then an annual VMT reduction estimate. So I'll start with existing conditions. So obviously with not doing anything, the speed reduction potential is none, as well as collision reduction potential. Parking availability is, on the north side is 61%, while on the south side is 64%. That's existing parking availability. Travel time, end to end on the corridor is 10 minutes and 25 seconds in the AM, and then 11 minutes, 19 seconds in the PM. And as you saw earlier, the level of service is 4 in terms of substandard level of service in the AM, and then 3 in the PM. And then, of course, there's no annual BMT reduction. So the next two items here are identical, the 2-lane options, because primarily the biggest change is the removal of the through lane. So if we remove a through lane here and go to 2 lanes versus the 4 that exist today, then we believe there's a roughly 3 to 6 mile per hour reduction in speed. We're also narrowing lanes as well, so that contributes to that. In terms of collision reduction potential, that would remove the potential for side swipes, things of that nature. So that we believe there's collision reduction potential as well. Parking availability, so parking's not affected with this one because we're maintaining parking on both sides, albeit the second option does do parking protected. But as earlier I'd mentioned, we were going to put in some of those buffered areas. You won't see that overall those numbers don't affect these percentages here. I think the biggest change here that you'll see is the travel time. So travel time increases. So if we go to 2 lanes, then the AM travel time goes from 10 minutes, 25 seconds in existing conditions to 18 minutes and 18 seconds. So that's a pretty significant number there. And the PM, it doesn't jump as dramatically, but it is an increase from 11 minutes, 19 seconds to 13:35. In terms of level of service, with the removal of the travel lane, we would see, we're projecting an increase in the substandard level of service in the PM, the AM remain the same, and then of course there's annual VMT reduction. I do want to make sure that I mention that, with the removal of the travel lane, we do anticipate traffic diversion will occur. So, folks will decide they will not want to ride on the corridor, and I recall being in front of the council previously on Prune Ridge having similar, things to relay, but that is what we expect. So there will be traffic diversion. In terms of the level of service maps, we're not seeing anything significant, but there will be people deciding, I'm not going to go down this corridor. One thing I did want to mention also is that through one of the surveys done, there's a good percentage of folks that use this corridor they drive through it. They don't work or reside on the corridor. So a lot of folks do use this as, in terms of those numbers, as a transportation corridor versus a way to get home or to work in the corridor. And then the last one is the 4 lanes where we remove parking on one side. So we will see some speed reduction. That's our goal because we're narrowing lanes, some negligible reduction potential. And if we remove parking along the corridor on the south side, the overall numbers on the north side will go from 61 to 51%. And in terms of the travel time and level of service, those remain unchanged. And the VMT reduction is consistent throughout all 3 options because ultimately the VMT reduction is derived from basically installing bike facilities, thereby trying to get people out of their cars and having less vehicle miles on the road being traveled. Okay, so here's community feedback slide. This is from the 3rd survey that was done. And each survey was progressive. So the first survey focused on, okay, what are you interested in? What's your feeling on the corridor? The second one was give us your kind of opinions of what we've shown you so far. And the third one was really what we're calling our final survey. We did use a ranked choice vote concept. And ultimately, 50% of the respondents showed public support for parking protected. And the primary reason that was quoted was wanting that protection, wanting the vehicle being protected, wanting the parked car being the protection for them in terms of having to deal with moving cars. So that's at 50%. The other options have around the same percentage. I think what's also noteworthy is that when you focus on the last 3 items here, the 2 lanes with both the 2-lane option and the 4-lane option, that's over 80% of the respondents want something to change out in the corridor. There's a small percentage that want it to stay the same, but once again, that is an option. Okay, so the BPAC had this recommendation. This was brought to them at the June meeting, and there was a good amount of discussion in terms of protected bike lanes versus the standard buffered lane. Ultimately, the BPAC, they did want to recommend to the council to approve the study, but they are recommending that the council select the 2 lanes with buffered bike lanes, center turn lane, and parking on both sides as a preferred design concept. The primary reason being this was the most intuitive, the most, in terms of what people would expect to see out there. And then, of course, they had the concern related to visibility. As a parked car is pushed out a little bit more, as you're driving, some may feel like that bicyclist could at some point be hidden by the parked car, depending upon where all the moving parts are here. And then finally, we're here with our recommendation slide. So we are recommending alternatives 1, 3, and 6 as a part of, as listed in the staff report. So first is to hopefully adopt the resolution to approve the plan, to approve the roadway concept titled 2 lanes buffered bike lanes, center turn lane, and parking on both sides, as consistent with the BPAC's recommendation. And then the last one is alternative 6, which is to adopt a resolution basically authorizing the city manager and his designees to establish no parking zones as necessary to accommodate the approved bike facilities. So once again, that is really just kind of near the driveways as needed in order to provide increased visibility, as well as that space for the dedicated space for the trash receptacles. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm here to answer any questions.
I'll start. Thank you, Assistant Director Liu. I have a couple questions. One, and I might have missed it, but have you done a study on how many bikes use that corridor and also how many cars use that corridor? We'll ask all our questions and then you can answer after. I'm just curious to see what the numbers are there. And you said on your voting with the community, you used ranked choice voting. Can you tell us what the original voting numbers were before you ranked choice them? I'd like to know that. Councilmember Hardy, you were on and off.
I don't so much as have a question, but I want to fill the council in on what Director Lee has alluded to. We had a very long, very clear discussion, and the BPAC made their recommendation, even understanding how the public was saying protected. We basically came down with the idea that protected makes people feel protected, but there were some realities, and I'm wondering if you can show the alternative 3, the buffered, if you can show the cross-section there. And I wanted to explain the process. Yes, thank you. We wanted you to realize that the road is not flat. The road is banked. And when you put the bike closest to the curb, you are putting the bike in the way of all the gutters, the leaves, people leaving their trash cans there, and putting them also in a way that it's very difficult for cars to see the bike over there if they choose to turn, and for bikes coming along the road with cars backing out. And that was our biggest concern, came down to safety. When a bicyclist is between the traffic and where the parked is, then you have options. When there's no parked car, you have that option to move over into that area if you need to. If a car is parked and pulling out and not being careful of you, you have that buffered area to move. When you are sandwiched between parked cars and the curb as a bicyclist, you have nowhere to go. And we had very long discussions about this, because when you look at that, you think, oh, it's not as safe, but it is actually safer. It's interesting to me because this was up and the head of the math department came to me, and this person is an extreme cyclist. They've done the death ride, if anybody knows what that is. But they said, if you change it to the buffered and stick me next to the curb, I don't know how I can cycle here anymore. And that was there, and they've worked there more than 20 years. I will tell you, we have a lot of students riding their bikes, and right there along the school side, if you have that separated bikeway with no parking, we will have many more students, because we have now also moved our bicycle parking behind the gates and with security cameras where it can be seen. And we're seeing many less thefts and more students wanting to ride. And right now, they tell me they don't feel safe. They feel like they have to ride on the sidewalk there in front of the school. If we had this separated bikeway, this buffered bicycle lane right in front of the school, and we also have a bike lane on Calabasas, this will make it much easier for many of the students to ride their bike. This is why the BPAC felt very strongly about this, and we had many, many discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. That was quite a presentation. Yeah, I had a question. When you presented the order in which the preferred, I guess, choices, number 3, could we go back to that slide? I'm sorry, I should have written down what slide it was on. That showed the 4 options and the order in which they were in, and how does that compare to the 2 lanes, the buffered bike lanes and the center turn lane and the parking? Was that, or I guess actually, if I could see the one that showed the percentage of, I'm sorry, Director Liu, Assistant Director Liu, there. Yes, please. Yeah, thank you. So, okay. Okay. Great. Okay, that's all I wanted to see again. Okay, thank you for that.
Councilmember Park.
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation. I actually used this way quite a bit between 2019 and 2023. Like, I took my bike and then eventually my electric scooter up Nobley, cutting across Monroe to get to Lawrence Station. And I'll tell you, that was actually a really easy road. Like, the going up Nobley was the most interesting because it's a very small street and cars are pulling out in the morning, which I have to watch out for every single time. I also know that going back from Lawrence Station back home on the reverse route was very scary. It's a very different experience because there are no bike lanes in a lot of areas. I made the interesting thing, I tried it a couple times, but I tried cutting over, not through Nobley, but I thought maybe it'd be easier if I went all the way to Calabasas and cut down. And once I got to Calabasas, it was fine, but going to Calabasas was not very fun. One of the concerns that I had is I was constantly worried about parked cars pulling out into me. I remember I was almost hit several times, and one of them really close to the point that the person got out of the car and was apologetic. And I've also ridden across downtown San Jose, because they have a downtown, and they have protected bike lanes. And I'll tell you, bike lanes are safer, but it's very flat there. Like, I will tell you, it's very clean there. It is, you know, I hear Councilmember Hardy's comments about the flatness of the road, about the leaves, because I've experienced the leaves. I remember when I was riding a scooter thinking it wasn't this bad before, was it? And it just turns out that if you're on a bike, you don't really care about leaves as much. But when you're in a scooter, you care about sticks. You care about everything because your wheel is much smaller. That said, I like protected. I like the concept of protected bike lanes. In implementation, like, I do hear the concerns, and I would like to know, like, if we put these in place, are we just going to draw lines, or are we going to regrade things and make things actually safe for the implementations that we put in place? Like, if that's the question. With the 2 lanes protected, parking protected bike lanes, so with the center turn lane, I see that there's a space for buses. The space for buses looks like it goes into where the bikes would go. I don't really know how that's going to be. I don't really know where the bins will be placed. I don't know if they're going to be placed in the bike lanes. I don't know if they're going to be placed in the parking spaces. I don't know if they're going to be placed, you know, in other parts. I don't know where they're going to be, but that's a concern for me as well. I do feel that if we've got the bike lanes right where the gutters are, we will have to make sure those are clean. Like, we'll have to make sure those are clean, especially in the rainy days, because even if you have leaves, whether they're dry or wet leaves, those are pretty dangerous to people on scooters. And you don't know this until you slide and realize, oh my goodness, I could have died. But my concern is being hit by people coming out into me. That, to me, is a bigger fear than a protected bike lane that's very dirty. Like I said, I've almost been hit by people by driving on the left side of cars that were parked. And then those cars, because they're not looking for me, they're looking for other cars. In fact, if I'm in their mirror, they may not even parse me as somebody on the road that they have to avoid, and they'll pull out right in front of me, or it's very scary. And if I think about children, I think about students doing that, that's a really big concern. I would like to resolve the issues that Councilmember Hardy's talking about the flatness of the road, about cleanliness, about gutters, about trash cans. I mean, a trash can in my way is the #1 reason I'm going to swerve into the street or I'm going to swerve someplace else. That said, when I look at the numbers and I look at, like, what are we trying to do? Are we trying to reduce speed? Yes, we are. Are we trying to reduce collisions? Yes, we are. Are we trying to, we would like everything to be the same, but it turns out you don't get improvement without some cost. You have to do something. You have to expend some kind of energy to get improvement. And I'm going to have to really think about, which thing I like better, but I would like to know how we would implement these, like if we went with 2 lanes and parking protected bikeways, what would the changes to the road be? Would there be any? In the rainy season, we still need the road to be relatively, not flat, but maybe there has to be some kind of curvature to the road to direct the water, but how will that play into how we create protected bike lanes? And more interestingly, I'd really like to know, I see some people in the audience here, I'd really like to know what the people in the audience think. Thank you.
I think that's it for the council questions. If you're ready to go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and Council. One question I'd like to kind of answer at the end. I'd like the assistance of our either Steve or Jeff in terms of the ranked choice question that was asked by the mayor. But if I can go through some of the questions that were asked. So there's a question related to how many cars along the corridor today. It does vary. So I do have some numbers in terms of the corridor. So there are sections where, and then these numbers are average daily traffic. So this is like all day, right, from morning to night. So as we get closer to the expressway, we're roughly in the 14,000 vehicles per day. As we get closer to the center of the corridor, it goes down between Calabasas and a little bit past Chromite. It's about 10,000, and then once again it peaks up again, and as you're heading towards the expressway. So it kind of makes sense when you look at the corridor, because there, once again, as mentioned earlier, there's people driving through the corridor, there's people that live in the corridor, so it's a combination of both the people driving through as well as the people leaving and coming and going. As I mentioned earlier, that's average traffic. So in terms of bike traffic, what we do have, we don't have all-day traffic. What we do have is bike counts that were done during peak times. And what we're seeing is numbers, that in the comparison's a little difficult, but ultimately we're looking at, if I add up these times, so like for the time specified here, so we had 8 to 9 a.m., 11:30 to 12:30, 2:30 to 3:30, and then 5 to 6. You're looking at roughly, and it's more prevalent towards Lawrence Expressway and near the school. We're looking at levels of maybe 20, 30 bicyclists, and then it starts to decrease as we head towards the school, and then it decreases substantially as we're heading towards San Tomas Expressway. Near the Creek Trail, we do see an uptick of bicyclists there, That could be primarily people just coming and going off of the creek trail itself. But, you know, it's not like, you know, there's not a ton of bicyclists out here today. I mean, that's pretty obvious from the numbers here. But the goal is to encourage biking. So that is, you know, I'm sure members of the community will mention this. You know, there are corridors where you have no bicyclists because it's unsafe to, people feel it's unsafe to bicycle, and we do want to put bike facilities in there to increase the numbers. So it is hopefully a build it and it will come scenario. That is kind of what our bike plan's about. So hopefully that addresses the question in terms of the number of cars and bicyclists today. Moving to Councilmember Park's question, and if I could go to the slide here, the graphic. I think there were questions related to how do we implement properly a two-lane parking protected bike lane. So as I mentioned earlier, the parking is pushed out from the curb. Once again, one of the major concerns from the BPAC in terms of visibility, as well as the condition of the bicycling close to the gutter. So, the goal of this project is not to rebuild streets as a whole. So our mindset was, how do we design a facility at a very much a planning level in order to determine what the geometry is going to be. That being said, when you go into design, you do want to take things into consideration. So if we get the funding for design, then we would be, you know, looking at opportunities to do some improvement, but not wholesale improvement along the corridor. Meaning, like, if the drainage was a problem, then, you know, we would, obviously we would try to address it as much as possible. We're not looking to tear up the whole street and then work our way through it. It is important to note that the street is a crown street, as mentioned by Councilmember Hardy, and it drains towards the gutters, right? That's pretty typical in cities. So there will be, you know, during a rain event, there will be water in the gutter. But then when you look at this section here, we do provide a little bit of the buffer to facilitate that. So the gutters, I mean, obviously, if it's raining significantly and the whole gutter's full, you know, people probably shouldn't be biking in general because it's not the safest situation to be in. But that being said, if somebody's out there, then, you know, we would want to, there is a little bit of a section of the buffer that they could potentially encroach upon in order to give themselves some space. In terms of the trash pickup, so this graphic shows that little buffered area. It's a little kind of a quarter circle of a buffer near the driveway. And the goal of that is to provide visibility for basically the person coming out of the driveway to recognize that, hey, there's, you know, gives the ability to provide some visibility to see people coming down the corridor or bicyclists, as well as people coming out into the driveways. And that's intended for ideally trash pickup location as well. So this hasn't been done in our city yet. It's been done in other cities. We've seen pictures of how they attempted to deal with it. It would be something that would involve more education with residents, like a pretty significant amount of education to say, hey, along this street, your garbage bin goes in this specific location. We might be able to even stripe out an area. It gets pretty detailed. We've seen that in other jurisdictions. You'd have to have education. And then, you know, there may be flyers that are attached. There may be a sticker that we've seen where jurisdictions put a sticker on the actual bin so people know where to put their trash, or their trash receptacles. And if I could invite Jeff Knowles to try to address the question related to the ranked choice voting by the community.
Thank you.
Great, thanks, Mayor, members of council. Jeff Knowles, Alta Planning and Design. So the full breakdown for the third survey, we had 124 responses to that third survey. 45% of the survey respondents lived within a few blocks of the corridor, and 20% attended or worked at Wilcox High School. First choice was 19% voted for existing or no build, 18% for concept A, the buffered bike lanes, 57% for the parking protected, and 17% for buffered bike lane. For second choice, 3%, 3.74% for existing, 51% for buffered bike lanes. That was the clear second choice majority. And then split between parking protected and buffered bike lane for second choice, 22% for parking protected, 25% for buffered. And then third choice, 8% For existing conditions, no build, 24% for buffered bike lane, 14% for parking protected, and 45% for buffered bike lanes with parking removal. And then fourth choice, which was the least preferred, 68% for existing conditions, 5.5% for buffered bike lanes with lane removal, 5.6% for parking protected with lane removal, and 11% for buffered bike lanes with parking removal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. I believe I attempted to answer all the questions, hopefully.
Yes, very good. Thank you very much. We're going to go, we have several members of the public that would like to speak on this. So is this a public hearing? No, it isn't. But we're going to go to the public. We're going to start with Ethan. Is Ethan here? Yes, Ethan's here. Very good. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, thanks. So I live on Monroe. I'm a homeowner on Monroe in one of those curves over towards Tomas. And I'm also a dad, I'm a husband, I'm a car commuter, I park on the street, and I'm a bicyclist. So I think I have pretty much
Check all the boxes.
all the situations kind of covered. So I can tell you, I have two kids, 8 and 10. They both just moved up to 26-inch bikes, sort of full-size bikes for the first time. We ride our bikes a lot. My son and I rode down Monroe from Sunnyvale. We rode home on the weekend last week. It was harrowing, as it always is. Really, the only safe way to do it was to ride on the sidewalk. There's just no, technically you're allowed to take the whole lane, but cars don't pay attention to that. You saw the data, it's 35 mile an hour marked. That is not what actually happens. Traffic is extremely fast. And I watch my wife take my kids to school in the car in the morning, and pretty much a couple times a week, there's some kind of close call. And it's because you're crossing 4 lanes of traffic, it's extraordinarily fast. And the left turns are really what's very unexpected. So people turning left out of traffic into driveways or vice versa is an extremely surprising thing for apparently all the cars that are going 50 or 60 miles an hour. And that's where a lot of the risk comes from. So the proposal where you've got the center turn lane and you've got the buffered bike lanes is really, well, to me, I can tell you, the way our street is currently laid out, it really says, right now, we really care about our cars. And I think this proposal where you've got the buffered bike lanes sort of says we really care about our people. So, I hope you like that. Thanks.
Thank you, Ethan. Appreciate it. Betsy? Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Betsy Megas. I'm a member of the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee, speaking for myself. First of all, thank you, staff and consultants, for the excellent work on this study. This is not the first long night we've all spent on this topic. I would like to ask, before I get started, that you support this item, and particularly that you approve the staff recommendation for a buffered bike lane. Monroe Street connects to several important bike routes, two of them into Sunnyvale and Mountain View. It connects to the San Tomas Aquino Creek Trail, to the existing on-street bike lanes in Calabasas and Pomeroy, and it goes past Wilcox High School. This bike lane is in the 2018 bike plan, and it was in the 2009 bike plan. It's been needed for much longer than that. Because of all those connections, I see other people bicycling on Monroe nearly every time I'm there, whether that time is school dismissal or 10 p.m. If you don't see more, it's partly because this is a very difficult place to ride. I'd like to acknowledge the many comments I've heard on both inside and outside of the BPAC meetings about all of the confusion and close calls around the trail crossing and the connection to South Drive. I had a scary close call myself there, narrowly avoiding a speeding driver who ran the red light. This high-level plan does not recommend improvements to the trail intersection or the connection to South Drive, but I hope we can revisit in detail in the final design. Level of service is no longer what we're building for. We are trying to build for safety and VMT reduction.
Thank you, Betsy. Jeff, I think you're online. Go ahead, Jeff.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Hi, I'm Jeff Houston, born and raised in the Bay Area. Bicycled here over 60 years. I bike San Tomas Trail several times a week. Crossing Monroe via San Tomas is dangerous because automobile drivers don't expect bike riders. They aren't prepared to stop. I need to be very cautious there to keep myself alive. I bike Monroe between San Tomas and Lawrence often. It's most challenging from Lawrence to Wilcox High School because there are no bike lanes there. Please approve the staff recommendation to reduce 4 lanes to 2 with a center turn lane. Add a buffered bike lane and authorize some parking removal. Thank you, that is all.
Thank you. James, go ahead, James. There you go.
Oh.
Hi.
Goose. Oh, you can hear me, right?
Yes, go ahead, please.
My name is James Kuzmo. I live in Mountain View, but I work and so commute by bike in Santa Clara. I use Monroe, a very small portion of Monroe, and it's probably one of the least safe portions of my commute. And I would greatly look forward to it being safer and being able to recommend biking to work to more of my coworkers. On the specific project, the 2 things I think I would mention would be, one, it would be good to consider bus islands when doing the final design of this project. I know VTA is planning to do that for a very similar project for exactly the same bus route on California Street in Mountain View. And so seeing some of the same thing here in the final design would be great. And on the topic of parking protected versus buffered bike lanes, I think both of them will be an amazing improvement over the current setup. But I will say, in Mountain View, we have some parking protected bike lanes by one of our middle schools, and it is amazing. When they're designed correctly so that you have good visibility and maintained so you don't get too much debris in the bike lanes, it makes for a vastly more comfortable situation, especially for children who aren't biking all that fast and who aren't going to be comfortable around cars, and so are then not in the door zone, not right next to speeding traffic. Yes, if I'm riding my road bike at 20 miles an hour, I'm not going to go into that bike lane at 20 miles an hour. But if I'm riding my road bike at 20 miles an hour, I'm not going to go into a bike lane that is right next to driver's side doors opening anyways. So, I mean, I think either option will be amazing, but I am not as confident that there are some worrying effects to parking protected bike lanes as some are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gavin? Go ahead, Gavin.
Hello, this is Gavin Ochtmeyer. I'd like us to say, again, thank you to the consultants and to staff. There was a lot of outreach done here, and they posted signs, sent postcards, heard a lot of feedback. I'd like to point out specifically that the consultants and staff were able to add provisions for trash cans, which are very important for bike lanes and keeping people in the bike lane, safe in the bike lane. This has been in the bike plan, which the council has voted on over and over again. Council has asked staff to do this, and the feedback is pretty resounding that people want some kind of bike lane. 130 collisions in 5 years seems quite high, including fatal collisions. I think it's about time to do something to slow this road down and put some space for cyclists. This is an important trail connection for me, and I'd really appreciate if council goes forward with staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Gavin. Linda, go ahead, Linda. You're muted. There you go. Welcome.
Yes. I am not a biker now. I have been a biker and commute biker. As you approach on Monroe, as you approach Lawrence, it is very difficult when you're in between commuters and who are driving and trying to make that right-hand turn onto Lawrence. It is scary. Other thing that I wanted to say is yes, between Lawrence and the high school, there's no place for cars that are parked and bikers. It's all merged in together. So again, it is scary. Dedicated bike lanes sound really good, however they are implemented. The last thing is something that you're not doing right now on Calabasas. The way that it's striped for biking, it has bikers right next to the eucalyptus trees that both drop stuff and raise the roads. So it's a very bouncy road. And if there's not a lot of traffic, I'll ride on the sidewalk instead because it is so worrisome biking that road. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Is there anybody else that would like to speak? Seeing none, Vice Mayor Becker, do you have a motion for staff recommendation?
Yes, I will have a motion for staff's recommendation, but first I wanted to say thank you to staff for all you put together tonight and your presentation, specifically Michael Liu. And, you know, it goes back a little bit in time. You know, you could say about 10 years ago when I first started understanding a lot of this, before I really got into city politics and understanding, you know, the bike community, I was always in favor of the 2 lanes. I always thought, oh, there's no problem, there's no issue. And what's happened is my education in the time period of then is I've gotten to know people on BPAC, I've gotten to know people in the biking community and taking me on some of these trips and seeing these areas. And also me as a driver, driving this area and seeing that people are just insane. Some of the people that in this area drive really crazy. And one thing that came to me is, you know, it kind of the saying is that it ruins it for others. And seeing that, you know, people don't know how to, I guess, behave on the road, gives the meaning of, well, because that happened, now you're gonna have to start taking away things. You're gonna have to start making things a little safer. So I've gotten the experience from the biking community to be in their shoes, to bike on the road. I mean, Stevens Creek was an adventure for myself, specifically El Camino and a few other areas. And I suggest a lot of people who aren't really fans of biking, take a ride around here, understand the situation. Times have changed. You know, back when I was younger, we used to take rides on a bike in the back of this little carriage thing all the way down Homestead Road, all the way to Foothill. And this is before we had protected bike lanes. We had only had that one little patch of white lane that said this is a bike lane. Times have changed and it's gotten scarier because people just don't care. People are distracted. And I think this is an opportunity to fix this area on Monroe. I know specifically driving down there, if I try to make a left turn, it's dangerous. If kids are riding on the sidewalk, I don't blame them. I would ride on the sidewalk too. So I will make a motion for staff's recommendation of alternative 3.
1, 3, and 6.
1, 2, 3. 1, 3, and 6.
3 and 6.
I apologize.
Right.
1, 3, and 6 to take staff's recommendation. And I hope this makes this street a lot safer, and safer not only for bikers, but for students as well as for cars too. Thank you.
I would like to second that, and I will say, try to hold it together. It was one of my students who was one of the fatal. I don't want to see that happen again.
Councilmember Park?
Yeah. I mean, I think that somebody that has a daughter who I expect to bike and do other things in the future. I think that safety is the number one thing that I'm thinking about. I remember when we looked at the other bikeway plans, and I mean, the problem with protected bike lanes was we didn't have, you know, we didn't have a good way to clean the leaves. And I think that that's a really dumb reason to not make things more safe. I think that rather than say we can't do it nicely, we can't clean things nicely, we need to make sure that we have safe things and we keep them safe. I would like to see, I think Mr. Knowles had some numbers about the voting. I'd kind of like to see that in a sheet. You don't need to do it now, but I'd like to see the numbers just to see what that was like. I'm going to say I have a preference for protected bike lanes, but don't think I'm going to hold this up because I think that everyone agrees that buffered or protected, any change would be better. I would like to see us consider or think about protected bike lanes even more because, again, as someone who did bike and did use my scooter, I value protected bike lanes. I 100% think that they're better when implemented correctly. I understand that buffering might be easier. I think people are used to it. There's things we need to think through when it comes to parking protected, but I'm going to say I think the future is going to be parking protected if we want younger children to start biking. That said, I do have some questions about the buffered bike lanes. I do see in the diagrams that you do have, they're not bollards, but you have some dividers, some physical dividers in the diagrams. You've got some signs, I guess they're reflectors or I don't know what they are, but I can see them in the pictures, in the side views and the cut views. I don't know if those are actually part of the plan or if things are going to be put there, if they're just going to be stripes, but I think it would be nice in specific areas to put those up. I know that we have those roadway dividers, we have physical dividers past Chromite, I think to the east on Monroe, but I think it would be nice to have those every so often because I have seen distracted drivers go into other lanes, and if there's something physical that they can hit that will remind them that you're not supposed to be here, I think that's a really good thing. I think you go to the next slide.
Do you have a question, Councilmember Park?
These are the comments, and these are, but you see that in the buffered area, there is a divider there, and I don't know if the intent was to put dividers there, if that's just for show, but I would like to state that I would like to see those.
This section is along the high school, as a quick reminder. This is, and on the left side of the drawing, of the cross-section next to the school, that is a protected facility. So what the goal there is to really provide the protection through delineators. That's really the concept here. On the right is the buffered lane, where you don't have the vertical protection, you have the stripe.
No, understood, but I think that whether we have it buffered or not, you've got the dividers in there, and it would be nice to.
So the issue with installing delineators in the buffered area, like for instance on the right of the drawing, is that prevents
the cars need to go inside, yeah, but I think that
we do, as mentioned earlier, we do along the corridor install. We have installed delineators in order to frame certain corridors. You'll see it on the major curve. Sorry, if I can go back to one of the earlier graphics. On the curve here, so there's some delineators as you head towards Francis Street, and then as you go past the school heading towards San Tomas, we have installed other delineators as well. And really, that's intended to try to get folks to try to not take the corner so tightly, so quickly. And so we'll do that as needed, but we do want to make sure that they're installed in the right place for the right purpose. So.
Understood. Thank you. That was my question.
Okay, City Clerk, we have a motion and a second for the staff recommendation. And thank you, staff, so much for the report. It's a lot of work went into this. We appreciate it. Okay, please register your vote. Maybe you all can now? No. No such luck.
Okay, Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously with those present. Thank you so much. All right, moving on, we have reports of members, special committees, council members. Hopefully, we don't have any. I don't see any. Next, city manager, executive director report.
No report.
All right, may I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
I guess I'll second it. It's my job tonight.
We have a motion and a second to adjourn. Please register your vote.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously of those present, and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you. All drive or ride your bike home safely. Thank you.